Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. A thin veil of coal dust hung perpetually in the air of Hollow Ridge, casting a grey pall over what had once been a prosperous mining settlement. Arthur Morgan's horse picked its way carefully along the rutted main street, hooves occasionally slipping on black mud that never seemed to dry completely despite the mountain sun beating down. Weathered clapboard buildings lined both sides of the thoroughfare, their facades dulled by years of mineral residue that worked its way into every crack and crevice. The letter that had brought Arthur to this forgotten corner of the mountains rested in his satchel, its paper already taking on the grimy texture that seemed to permeate everything in Hollow Ridge. Thomas Blackwood's handwriting had been instantly recognizable, a steady, measured script that Arthur hadn't seen in nearly 8 years, not since Thomas had left the Van der Linde gang to pursue what he'd called an honest man's living. Arthur, I hope this letter finds you well, though I suspect well is a relative term in our line of work. Circumstances here in Hollow Ridge have grown desperate. The mine closed 3 months ago without warning or final wages, leaving hundreds destitute. In the chaos, the former foreman Malcolm Reed has established something resembling feudal rule, complete with enforcers, protection payments, and brutal consequences for those who resist. I know we parted under complicated circumstances, but I've exhausted all other options. These are good people, Arthur. They deserve better than slow starvation or Reed's boot on their necks. If our time riding together meant anything, please come. Your friend, Thomas Blackwood. Arthur hadn't hesitated. Despite Dutch's increasing irritation with his independent ventures, he had secured temporary leave from the gang's camp, citing personal business that couldn't wait. The truth was, Arthur welcomed the distance. Dutch's behavior had grown increasingly erratic in recent months, his grand speeches about freedom ringing increasingly hollow as their activities seemed less about fighting corruption and more about simple survival. As Arthur guided his horse toward the far end of town, he noted the telltale signs of a community in crisis. Windows boarded over with mismatched planks, empty storefronts where businesses had failed, gaunt-faced children watching from alleyways with eyes too old for their years. Most telling were the men gathered in small clusters, their expressions alternating between defeated resignation and barely contained fury. The distinctive look of proud workers stripped of purpose and provision. The Rusty Pick Saloon stood at the crossroads near the eastern edge of town, its weather-beaten sign creaking in the mountain breeze. According to Thomas's letter, this would be where he could find his old friend, assuming Thomas hadn't already fallen victim to Reed's enforcers in the 2 weeks since the letter was sent. Arthur dismounted, securing his horse to a hitching post that seemed only marginally more stable than the rest of the town's infrastructure. He paused briefly, surveying his surroundings with practiced caution. 2 men lounged on a bench outside the general store across the street, their relaxed postures contradicted by watchful eyes that tracked Arthur's movements. Another stood in the shadow of the livery stable, hand resting casually near a holstered revolver. Not ordinary townspeople, Arthur noted. These men carried themselves with the distinctive confidence of hired muscle. The interior of the rusty pick matched its exterior, a once respectable establishment fallen into disrepair. A handful of patrons nursed drinks at scattered tables, conversations hushed and tense. Behind the bar, a heavy-set man with impressive mudgeon chops polished glasses with a rag that seemed to spread grime rather than remove it. Arthur approached the bar, ordering whiskey while scanning the room with peripheral vision. No sign of Thomas, though a door at the rear suggested private rooms beyond the main floor. "Haven't seen you around before," the bartender observed, sliding a questionably clean glass across the scarred wooden surface. "Just passing through," Arthur replied non-committally, taking a careful sip of whiskey that burned with suspicious intensity. "Looking for an old friend, Thomas Blackwood." The bartender's expression remained neutral, but his hands stilled momentarily on the glass he'd been polishing. "Don't recall anyone by that name," he replied after a calculated pause. "Lot of folk come and go these days, especially since the mine shut down." Before Arthur could press further, the saloon's bat-wing doors swung open with deliberate force. 3 men entered, the same enforcers Arthur had noted outside, now moving with purposeful intent. The saloon fell silent as they approached the bar, positioning themselves to flank Arthur with casual menace. "New faces need proper introduction in Holleridge," announced the largest of the 3, a bald man with a scar bisecting his left eyebrow. "Mr. Reed likes to know who's visiting our little community." Arthur took another unhurried sip of whiskey before responding. "Just looking for an old friend," he repeated calmly. "Private business." "Nothing's private in Holleridge anymore," the scarred man countered, leaning closer. "Not since the Callaway Mining Company abandoned these good people." His voice carried performative concern that couldn't mask the underlying threat. "Mr. Reed looks after the town now, makes sure everything runs smooth. Small fee for his protection services, of course." "Of course," Arthur echoed, maintaining neutral expression despite the familiar pattern unfolding, the same protection racket he'd witnessed countless times in vulnerable communities. "And if someone declines this protection?" The enforcer's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Accidents happen in mining towns. Structural collapses, unexpected fires. Terrible tragedy when someone gets caught in such misfortunes." Before tension could escalate further, the rear door opened and Thomas Blackwood emerged. 8 years had aged him considerably, his once dark hair now salted with grey, deep lines etched around eyes that had witnessed too much hardship. But recognition bloomed instantly on his weathered face, followed by poorly concealed relief. "Arthur Morgan," Thomas called, voice carrying forced casualness that wouldn't fool anyone with training. "About time you showed up." The enforcers turned toward the newcomer, momentarily distracted from Arthur. Thomas approached with measured steps, nodding acknowledgement to the hired muscle without deference. "Friend of yours, Blackwood?" the scarred enforcer asked, suspicion evident. "Old acquaintance," Thomas replied evenly, passing through on personal business like he said. Tension hung in the air as the enforcer measured Thomas's statement against Arthur's perceived threat level. Finally, he stepped back with exaggerated courtesy. "Mr. Reed extends his welcome to all visitors," he announced for the benefit of onlookers, "so long as they respect local customs and authorities." "Appreciate the hospitality," Arthur responded with matching insincerity. With final warning glares, the enforcers departed, though one remained positioned outside the saloon's entrance, message clear that Arthur's presence would be monitored. Thomas exhaled slowly once they'd gone, offering his hand to Arthur. "Wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted as they clasped forearms in greeting that bridged their complicated history. "Situation's worse than when I wrote." Reed's tightening his grip daily. "Tell me everything," Arthur requested, following Thomas to a corner table that offered reasonable privacy while maintaining sightlines to both entrances. Old habits neither man had abandoned, despite years apart. Over the next hour, Thomas detailed Holleridge's collapse. The Callaway Mining Company had extracted maximum profit before abruptly closing operations, claiming depleted veins while refusing to pay final wages or honor injury compensations. In the resulting chaos, Malcolm Reed, former security foreman with connections to company leadership, had quickly established control through strategic violence and promises of stability. Recruited former guards and brought in additional muscle from outside, Thomas explained, voice lowered to avoid eavesdropping. Established protection fees for businesses, housing taxes for residents. Anyone who can't pay gets evicted, or worse. Anyone who resists disappears. "And the law?" Arthur inquired, though he already suspected the answer. Thomas's bitter laugh confirmed his expectations. Sheriff left with the company executives. Deputy sold his badge to Reed for regular meals. Nearest legitimate law is 3 days' ride, and they've got no jurisdiction here anyway. "So why stay?" Arthur asked, genuinely curious. "You could have left, found work elsewhere." Thomas's expression hardened with resolve that Arthur remembered from their riding days. "These are good people, Arthur. Honest workers who built lives here, raised families. They deserve better than abandonment." He leaned forward, voice intensifying. "Besides, most couldn't leave if they wanted to. Company stored debt, nowhere to go, no resources for starting over. Reed knows this, it's why his system works." Arthur absorbed this information, recognizing familiar exploitation patterns that Dutch had railed against during his more idealistic days. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here was Thomas, who'd left the gang seeking honest work, now essentially requesting outlaw assistance against oppression. "What exactly are you asking, Thomas?" Arthur pressed, needing clarity before committing. "Help me organize resistance," Thomas replied without hesitation. "There are people willing to fight back, but they need leadership, training, someone who understands this kind of conflict. Someone like you." Arthur considered his former friend thoughtfully. Thomas had always been principled, even during his gang years. The moral compass that occasionally created tension with Dutch's more pragmatic decisions. If he believed these miners deserved fighting for, that assessment carried weight. "Reed's got how many men?" Arthur inquired, mind already calculating tactical considerations. 15 dedicated enforcers, maybe 10 more opportunists doing occasional work, Thomas estimated. Armed, organized, but not particularly skilled beyond intimidation. Reed himself is different. Former military, strategically minded, ruthlessly efficient. Before Arthur could respond, commotion erupted outside, shouting followed by the distinctive sound of fist meeting flesh. Both men rose immediately, moving to the window, with instinctive coordination that suggested their years apart hadn't erased established patterns. In the street, 2 enforcers were assaulting an elderly man, while a small crowd watched with impotent horror. The victim appeared to be a miner, his weathered hands raised in futile defense as blows rained down. Jenkins, Thomas identified through clenched teeth, former shift foreman, spoke out at yesterday's meeting about organizing payment demands. Arthur's hand moved instinctively toward his holstered revolver, but Thomas caught his wrist. "Not yet," he cautioned. Direct confrontation now gets people killed before we're ready. The restraint clearly cost Thomas considerable effort, his face flushed with suppressed fury as they watched the enforcers deliver final warning kicks before departing, leaving Jenkins bleeding in the dirt. Only then did townspeople rush forward to assist the fallen man. "That's daily life in Holleridge now," Thomas stated flatly as they returned to their table. "Public beatings, homes burned, families threatened. Reed rules through fear because it's efficient." Arthur made his decision. "I'll help," he stated simply. "But this needs strategy, not just violence. Reed's system works because people believe resistance is futile. We change that perception first, then build toward direct confrontation when numbers favor success." Relief washed across Thomas's features. "There's a group meeting tonight," he explained. "People I trust. Former miners, a few shopkeepers, widows who've lost husbands to accidents. They're scared but determined. Your presence would mean everything." As darkness settled over Holleridge, Arthur followed Thomas through back alleys toward the meeting location, a partially abandoned church on the settlement's western edge. They moved carefully, avoiding Reed's patrols while observing patrol patterns for future reference. The church's interior had been repurposed, pews pushed aside to create meeting space, lit by lanterns turned low to avoid attention from outside. Perhaps 20 people had gathered, men and women of varying ages, united by the distinctive weathered appearance of mining community residents and the cautious hope of people risking everything for potential change. Thomas made introductions, presenting Arthur simply as someone with experience fighting oppression. The assembled townspeople regarded him with mixture of curiosity, suspicion, and desperate hope. "We've suffered enough," declared an older woman named Martha, whose son had been beaten for failing to pay protection fees. "Reed takes everything we have, leaves nothing for our children." Others shared similar stories: savings depleted, homes seized, injuries untreated due to exorbitant fees demanded by the company doctor who remained loyal to Reed. The pattern painted clear picture of systematic exploitation designed to maintain control through perpetual desperation. "Fighting back means risk," Arthur stated plainly, unwilling to offer false promises. "Reed's established system works because consequences for resistance are severe and visible. That doesn't change overnight." "We understand risk," responded a former blasting specialist named Cooper, his missing fingers testament to mining's dangers. "Question is whether you understand what's at stake for us. This isn't abstract principle, it's survival." Arthur met the man's challenging gaze directly. "I understand better than you might think," he replied quietly. "Spent my life watching powerful men crush those beneath them, justifying cruelty through laws they created or ignore as convenient." Something in Arthur's tone resonated with the assembled group. The atmosphere shifted subtly, cautious assessment transforming into tentative alliance. For the next hour, they discussed Holleridge's layout, Reed's operations, and potential vulnerabilities within his system. "We start small," Arthur advised as meeting concluded. "Targeted actions that demonstrate resistance is possible without exposing everyone to immediate retaliation. Build confidence, recruit supporters, gather intelligence for larger operations." As the group dispersed, departing individually through different exits to avoid drawing attention, Arthur remained with Thomas in the empty church, contemplating shadowed rafters above. "Thank you," Thomas said simply. These people needed something to believe in. Arthur's response carried complicated truth. "Dutch used to say we were fighting for people like these," he observed. "Somewhere along the way, that purpose got lost in survival's demands." Thomas studied his old friend thoughtfully. "You've changed," he noted without judgment. World keeps teaching hard lessons, Arthur replied. Question becomes whether we actually learn from them. Outside, Holleridge settled into uneasy slumber, coal dust settling on rooftops like black snow, while Reed's enforcers patrolled darkened streets. Change had begun stirring beneath the surface, shadows gathering not in darkness, but in resistance to the deeper shadow that had engulfed the mining town. Dawn broke over Holleridge, with muted light filtering through perpetual haze. Arthur woke in Thomas's spare room, modest accommodations in a small house near the abandoned mining headquarters. He rose quietly, completing morning rituals, while mentally reviewing strategies developed during yesterday's meeting. The initial plan focused on disrupting Reed's protection collection schedule, not preventing collections entirely, which would trigger immediate violent response, but creating just enough interference to demonstrate vulnerability within his system. Thomas had identified 3 enforcers responsible for most residential collections, providing detailed information about their routes and methods. Arthur found Thomas in the kitchen, nursing coffee while reviewing crude map of town with various locations marked in coded notation. The former outlaw had transitioned successfully to mining work years ago, eventually rising to shift supervisor through demonstrated reliability and natural leadership. Those same qualities had made him natural organizing force when crisis engulfed Holleridge. Jenkins died overnight, Thomas announced without preamble, voice tight with controlled anger. Internal bleeding from the beating. Wife found him unresponsive this morning. Arthur absorbed this information silently, understanding its implications for both community morale and strategic calculations. Funeral? Tomorrow afternoon, Thomas confirmed. Reed's people will be watching, looking for signs of organized resistance. Perfect opportunity, Arthur noted, mind already adapting plans to incorporate new development. Large gathering provides cover for distributing information, while enforcers are concentrated in one location. Thomas nodded agreement, though grief weighted his features. Martha and Cooper are spreading word about our first action. Simple, but visible, intercepting collector in Miller District, relieving him of today's payments, returning funds to residents. The operation proceeded as planned that afternoon. Arthur and Cooper positioned themselves along the route used by Enforcer, known locally as Skinny Mike, a weasel-faced man whose sadistic enthusiasm for collection duties exceeded even Reed's expectations. Thomas and 2 trusted miners created distraction near the general store, drawing attention from other enforcers who might have interfered. Arthur intercepted Skinny Mike in narrow alley between residential structures, emerging from shadow with casual posture that concealed lethal capability. The enforcer reached reflexively for weapon but froze when Cooper appeared behind him, mining pick held with unmistakable purpose. Today's collections are cancelled, Arthur informed him calmly, relieving the man of collection pouch and pistol with practiced efficiency. Folks need that money for essentials. Reed will... Skinny Mike began, threat dying in his throat as Arthur's expression hardened. Reed will learn that exploitation has consequences, Arthur completed. Deliver that message when you crawl back to him. Rather than inflicting unnecessary physical harm that might escalate conflict prematurely, Arthur and Cooper bound the enforcer securely in an abandoned shed, ensuring he would be discovered after sufficient time had passed for collection money to be redistributed. The operation concluded without violence beyond necessary restraint, achieving primary objective while minimizing immediate retaliation risk. Word spread quickly through Holleridge's desperate community. By evening, more residents approached Thomas, expressing willingness to participate in resistance activities. small victory created disproportionate psychological impact, demonstrating possibility where many had seen only hopeless submission. Malcolm Reed's response came swiftly but measured. Rather than indiscriminate retaliation, he doubled patrols in Miller District while spreading rumors about severe consequences awaiting those involved in resistance. His calculated approach revealed strategic mind Arthur had expected. Reed understood battle for Holleridge involved perception as much as physical control. Jenkins' funeral provided perfect backdrop for Resistance's next phase. While mourners gathered openly, Thomas and Arthur used opportunity to expand their network, identifying additional community members willing to support growing movement. Cooper demonstrated unexpected talent for organization, creating communication system using mining lanterns signals to warn about enforcer movements throughout town. 3 days after initial operation, Arthur implemented second planned action, intercepting supply wagon carrying provisions meant for Reed's headquarters. Unlike previous collection interference, this operation required careful timing and coordination between multiple teams. Former miners used knowledge of delivery schedules gained through company contacts to identify optimal interception point along Mountain Road, approaching Hollow Ridge. Arthur led operation personally, positioning resistance members at strategic locations with clear instructions prioritizing supply acquisition over confrontation. When wagon appeared around Mountain Bend, driver found path blocked by fallen tree positioned precisely to prevent easy circumvention. As driver and guard investigated obstruction, Arthur's team emerged from concealment with overwhelming numerical advantage. Supplies stay in Hollow Ridge, Arthur informed captured men, but they'll be distributed to families who need them, not hoarded by Reed's operation. The captured provisions, flour, coffee, preserved meats, ammunition, represented significant resource acquisition beyond symbolic victory. Distribution throughout the community demonstrated Resistance's commitment to supporting residents rather than simply opposing Reed's authority. Arthur ensured families with children received priority, building goodwill while addressing immediate needs. Reed's response escalated accordingly. That evening, enforcers conducted targeted raids against suspected Resistance sympathizers, demolishing furniture and confiscating valuables as penalty payments for perceived disloyalty. 3 men identified as potential Resistance members disappeared overnight, their families receiving clear message about consequences for opposition. Thomas found Arthur at makeshift observation post overlooking Town Square, where Reed had ordered construction of rudimentary gallows, visual reminder of authority backed by willingness to implement ultimate sanction. "They're testing us," Thomas observed grimly, "seeing if escalation breaks resistance before it gains momentum." Arthur nodded, having witnessed similar patterns throughout his outlaw career. "Critical juncture," he agreed. "Back down now, movement collapses. Respond too aggressively, gives Reed justification for wholesale violence against community." "So, what's our move?" Thomas pressed. Arthur's gaze remained fixed on gallows taking shape below. "Information," he decided. "Reed's operation works through intimidation backed by force. But every system has vulnerabilities. We need to understand his operation from inside. Supply sources, payment collection, where money's stored, communication methods. Means getting someone inside," Thomas noted, immediately grasping strategic direction. "Dangerous play." "Necessary risk," Arthur countered. "Can't fight effectively from outside without understanding internal structure." Implementation required careful selection. Someone Reed's organization might reasonably recruit without suspicion while maintaining loyalty to Resistance movement. Martha suggested her nephew Michael, former mining engineer whose technical knowledge made him potentially valuable to Reed's operation, while personal history, father killed in mining accident, denied compensation, ensured his commitment to resistance cause. Michael approached Reed's lieutenants expressing interest in employment, presenting carefully constructed persona of disillusioned resident seeking security through alignment with prevailing power. His technical expertise provided credible motivation Reed's organization could appreciate, while carefully cultivated drinking habits established plausible character weaknesses that made him appear controllable rather than threatening. For 3 tense days, resistance activities paused while Michael underwent Reed's vetting process, questioned by lieutenants, tested through minor enforcement activities, observed for inconsistencies that might reveal deception. Arthur used this operational pause to conduct personal reconnaissance, mapping enforcer patrol patterns while identifying potential rally points should conflict escalate to open confrontation. On 4th evening, Michael returned to Resistance meeting with valuable intelligence. Reed operated from mining company's former administrative headquarters, maintained detailed records of all transactions, stored accumulated wealth in former company vault, and planned expanded operations beyond Holleridge once current territory was fully secured. Most significantly, Michael reported ongoing mining operations, contrary to company claims about depleted resources. Small team of experienced miners worked under guard in primary shaft, extracting remaining coal while majority of town believed mine completely abandoned. This revelation explained Reed's determination to maintain control. He wasn't merely exploiting desperate community, but actively stealing valuable resources company had claimed exhaust. That's why they left so abruptly, Thomas realized, connecting previously puzzling elements. Company officially abandoned unprofitable operation, while Reed continues extraction, using fraction of workforce, no safety protocols and zero oversight. Pure profit without regulatory compliance or worker compensation. This intelligence transformed resistance strategy. Simple disruption of Reed's protection operation, expanded to include reconnaissance of mining activities, documentation of illegal extraction, and preparation for potential confrontation within mine tunnels themselves. We need visual confirmation, Arthur determined after reviewing Michael's information. Someone needs to access those tunnels, document what's happening inside. I'll go, Thomas volunteered immediately. Know those passages better than anyone still alive in Holleridge. Arthur shook his head firmly. Too recognizable. Reed's people watch you constantly. I'll go less familiar to mining guards experienced in infiltration. The decision made, preparations proceeded with methodical attention to detail. Michael provided access information, while Martha created distraction through strategically timed dispute at General Store that would draw enforcement attention away from mine entrance during Arthur's infiltration window. As Operation Day dawned, unexpected development threatened carefully constructed plan. Reed's enforcers conducted pre-dawn raid against Cooper's residence, arresting the former blasting specialist, along with 3 other resistance members. Public announcement declared execution scheduled for following morning. Reed's response to continued resistance activities and clear escalation beyond previous intimidation tactics. Emergency meeting convened in church basement. Resistance members divided between those advocating immediate rescue attempt and others fearing such action would provoke wholesale slaughter throughout community. Arthur listened to impassioned arguments from both perspectives before making decisive intervention. Proceed with mine infiltration as planned, he instructed, with calm authority that settled anxious debate. Information gathered may provide leverage necessary for successful rescue. Rushing, unprepared, gets more people killed without improving situation. Though clearly uncomfortable with apparent abandonment of captured comrades, resistance members recognized wisdom in Arthur's approach. The original infiltration plan proceeded with heightened urgency. Success now measured not only in intelligence gathering, but potential salvation for condemned resistance members. Carefully orchestrated distraction unfolded near General Store that afternoon, Martha's dispute with shopkeeper escalating until Reed's enforcers intervened, creating operational window Arthur exploited with practiced efficiency. Disguised in appropriated mining gear, he accessed abandoned shaft through maintenance tunnel Michael had identified, navigating darkness with minimal illumination to avoid detection. The deeper Arthur penetrated into Mountain's heart, the more evidence accumulated confirming Michael's intelligence. Fresh tool marks on support beams, recently cleared debris, air circulation maintained through operational ventilation system, all indicated active mining despite official closure. Following sound of distant activity, Arthur eventually reached observation position overlooking chamber where small team worked extracting coal under armed supervision. The scene confirmed worst suspicions. Miners working without proper safety equipment, supporting timbers installed hastily without engineering standards, ventilation barely adequate for current operations, everything designed for maximum extraction with minimal investment, disregarding worker safety entirely. Most disturbing was mapping table near chamber entrance, showing planned expansion into areas previously deemed structurally unstable by company engineers. Explicit evidence that profits outweighed even basic safety considerations. Arthur documented everything possible given limited light conditions, memorizing details that couldn't be recorded physically. As he prepared to withdraw, unexpected conversation between guards revealed critical information regarding Cooper's scheduled execution. Prisoners held in company vault repurposed as makeshift jail. Execution planned at mine entrance, rather than town gallows to minimize public spectacle that might inflame further resistance. This intelligence fundamentally altered tactical landscape. Arthur recognized opportunity and necessity converging, infiltration mission expanding to include prisoner liberation while utilizing mine's structural vulnerabilities as strategic advantage rather than obstacle. Retracing path toward exit, Arthur formulated revised plan incorporating new information with existing resistance capabilities. The approach crystallized rapidly, utilizing mining infrastructure itself as both battlefield and weapon against Reed's operation, turning intimate knowledge of tunnels and structural weaknesses into decisive advantage that overwhelming firepower couldn't counter. When Arthur emerged from mine entrance hours later, darkness had settled over Hollow Ridge. He returned to church meeting point where anxious resistance members awaited debriefing, Thomas pacing impatiently near boarded windows. "It's worse than we thought," Arthur began without preamble, "and better than we hoped." Arthur's infiltration had yielded critical intelligence beyond confirming illegal mining operations. Detailed mental mapping of active tunnels, guard positions, structural vulnerabilities, and prisoner location provided foundation for comprehensive strategy, addressing both immediate rescue requirements and longer-term liberation objectives. Reed's conducting midnight prisoner transfer from company headquarters to mine site, Arthur explained to assembled resistance leadership. Execution scheduled for dawn inside main chamber, private demonstration for enforcers rather than public spectacle. "Why move them at all?" questioned Marta, expression betraying confusion regarding unnecessary logistical complication. "Message to his own people as much as townspeople," Arthur clarified. "Demonstrates control extends below ground as well as above, reminds workers in illegal operation about consequences of disloyalty." Thomas grasped strategic implications immediately. Transfer creates vulnerability window, prisoners moving through darkness along predictable route with limited escort. Arthur nodded confirmation. 4 guards, based on standard protocol, Michael observed. Reed himself likely supervising, given execution's significance, bringing lieutenant count to 3 additional armed men. For next hour they developed comprehensive operation addressing immediate rescue priority, while incorporating broader resistance objectives. Arthur's experience with complex operations proved invaluable, breaking larger mission into coordinated components, assigned to teams based on skills and knowledge. Primary team intercepts prisoner transfer here. Arthur indicated location on crude map where path narrowed between abandoned processing buildings. Secondary team creates diversion at northern guard post, drawing reinforcements away from intercept zone. Michael provides internal confusion by accidentally triggering alarm in eastern sector. The plan balanced multiple contingencies while maintaining focus on primary objective, liberating Cooper and fellow captives without exposing wider resistance membership or triggering wholesale retribution against Holleridge residents. Arthur emphasized minimal violence beyond necessary neutralization of immediate threats, recognizing escalation dynamics that might follow excessive force. As midnight approached, resistance members moved into position with mixture of nervous determination and resolute purpose. Arthur led primary intercept team personally, positioning Thomas and 3 former miners at location offering optimal combination of concealment, restricted movement for target convoy, and multiple escape routes should operation encounter unexpected complications. The prisoner transfer proceeded precisely as Michael had indicated. 4 armed guards escorting shackled prisoners along darkened path between administrative headquarters and mine entrance. Reed himself followed several paces behind, accompanied by Lieutenant, whose distinctive eye patch made identification certain, even in minimal moonlight. Arthur allowed forward escort to pass intercept position before initiating ambush, timing intervention precisely between guard rotation cycles to maximize response delay from remaining enforcement personnel. The operation unfolded with practiced efficiency, Thomas and miners neutralizing rear guards with minimal noise, while Arthur secured prisoners and established defensive perimeter against potential reinforcements. Reed himself proved unexpectedly formidable, despite administrative position, drawing concealed pistol with remarkable speed and firing twice before Arthur's intervention. Fortunately, darkness and urgency compromised accuracy, rounds impacting nearby processing equipment rather than intended human targets. "This changes nothing," Reed snarled as Arthur relieved him of weapons and secured his restraints. "You think these people can organize effective resistance? They're laborers, not fighters. They need structure, authority. They need freedom from exploitation," Arthur countered, securing final binding with practiced efficiency. "You're not providing security, you're continuing company abuse under different management." With prisoners liberated and Reed himself captured, operations dynamics shifted dramatically. Arthur had anticipated potential complications from this unexpected success. Capturing Reed created both opportunity and danger beyond original rescue parameters. Thomas recognized identical strategic inflection point, directing freed prisoners toward predetermined extraction route, while Arthur secured Reed for transport to Resistance safe house. "This accelerates timeline considerably," Thomas observed as they moved purposefully through darkness toward designated rallying point. "Reed's organization will fracture without leadership, creating power vacuum that triggers either collapse or desperate escalation." Arthur nodded grimly, maintaining vigilant awareness of surroundings. despite Operation's apparent success. Critical hours ahead, he agreed. Need to consolidate advantage before remaining lieutenants reorganize. Michael's position becomes essential for monitoring reaction and disrupting coordination attempts. By dawn, Resistance had established temporary headquarters in abandoned church basement, securing both liberated prisoners and captured Reed within defensible position, while maintaining observation posts throughout Hollowridge. As predicted, Reed's enforcement operation demonstrated immediate disorganization. Lieutenants issuing contradictory orders, patrols conducting haphazard searches without central coordination, opportunistic members already abandoning positions, anticipating organizational collapse. Arthur used this temporary advantage to implement second operational phase, securing mine entrance and documentation of illegal activities for potential leverage against both Reed's organization and parent mining company. Thomas led this effort personally, guiding small team through maintenance tunnels toward active mining chamber, while Arthur maintained command position, coordinating overall resistance response to evolving situation. Unexpected development arose mid-morning when 3 enforcers approached church under white flag, requesting negotiation rather than continued conflict. Arthur met them at predetermined distance from headquarters, maintaining tactical advantage while demonstrating willingness to consider resolution beyond simple violence. Reed's finished, stated senior enforcer, with pragmatic acceptance that suggested professional background beyond simple hired muscle. Most boys are already leaving town or looking for new employment. Nobody signed up for war against organized resistance. Smart assessment, Arthur acknowledged. Terms are straightforward. Remaining enforcers surrender weapons, return stolen property, and leave Hollowridge permanently. Anyone with outstanding violence against townspeople faces community justice before departure. Brief negotiation established implementation details, suggesting majority of Reed's operation recognized inevitable outcome and preferred orderly dissolution to prolonged conflict with uncertain results. By midday, former enforcers gathered in town square, surrendering weapons and returning stolen valuables under supervision of resistance members promoted to Provisional Peacekeeping Committee. Thomas returned from mine expedition with comprehensive documentation of illegal operations, safety violations, and resource theft. Evidence sufficient for potential legal proceedings against parent company executives who had orchestrated fraudulent closure while continuing extraction through Reed's operation. Cooper's technical expertise proved particularly valuable, identifying deliberate falsification of geological surveys that had justified abandonment while concealing significant remaining coal deposits. The Provisional Community Council gathered that evening to determine appropriate response to rapidly evolving situation. With Reed in custody and enforcement structure dissolved, Hollowridge faced critical transition, requiring governance structure beyond resistance organization, developed for liberation rather than administration. Company will send investigators once communication with Reed ceases, observed former mine administrator who had maintained neutral position during conflict. Corporate attorneys, private security, eventually legitimate law enforcement if necessary to protect assets. Let them come, Thomas responded with confident determination. We've documented everything. Illegal extractions, safety violations, conspiracy between company executives and Reed's operation. Evidence sufficient for federal investigation, beyond company's ability to control. Arthur recognized familiar pattern from countless communities where power vacuum following oppressive regimes' collapse created vulnerability despite successful liberation. Immediate priorities, he interjected, focusing discussion on practical necessities. Establish functional governance structure. Secure remaining resources for equitable distribution. maintain defensive capability against potential counter-response. For next several hours, Council developed comprehensive transition plan, addressing immediate community needs while establishing foundation for sustainable self-governance. Arthur contributed tactical security considerations, while Thomas focused on administrative requirements for mining operations potentially resuming under community management rather than corporate exploitation. As meeting concluded, Arthur found himself momentarily alone with Reed, who remained secured in makeshift detention room awaiting transfer to territorial authorities. The former security foreman had maintained defiant demeanor throughout captivity, though calculation behind his eyes suggested continued assessment of potential advantage, even in apparent defeat. "They'll never make it work," Reed observed with clinical detachment that reminded Arthur uncomfortably of Micah's manipulative assessments. "These people need direction, structure, consequences for disobedience. Freedom without boundaries creates chaos that eventually demands stronger authority than before." "Sounds familiar," Arthur replied, recognizing philosophy that justified countless exploitation systems he'd witnessed throughout troubled life. Always someone claiming oppression necessary for proper functioning, usually someone benefiting from others' misery. Reed studied Arthur with renewed interest. "You're not simple mercenary hired for liberation job," he noted with analytical precision, suggesting military intelligence background. "Too familiar with strategic considerations, too comfortable with command decisions. Background more complex than Thomas presented to his followers." Arthur offered no confirmation beyond slight smile that neither confirmed nor denied assessment. "Enjoy accommodations, Mr. Reed. Territorial marshals arrive tomorrow, genuine law enforcement rather than purchased authority. Expect they'll have significant interest in company connection beyond local enforcement activities." As Arthur departed, Reed called after him with unsettling perceptiveness. "We're not so different, Morgan. Both understand controlling people through calculated application of force and fear, just applied toward different objectives with different justification." The observation lingered uncomfortably as Arthur crossed moonlit churchyard toward provisional headquarters, established in former company offices. The parallel struck deeper than comfortable dismissal allowed. Reed's methods indeed resembled techniques Arthur had employed throughout outlaw career, distinction existing primarily in purpose rather than methodology. Dawn brought unexpected development that transformed operational landscape completely. Thomas burst into Arthur's temporary quarters, expression combining urgency with controlled alarm that suggested significant threat beyond normal contingency planning. Reed's Lieutenant Harlow returned with reinforcements, Thomas reported tersely. 30 armed men positioning around town perimeter. Sent message demanding Reed's release and resistance surrender by noon or they burn Holleridge to the ground. Arthur absorbed this information with outward calm that belied rapid tactical assessment occurring beneath composed exterior. Hired guns rather than departed enforcers returning. "Mercenaries from Carson City," Thomas confirmed. Harlow apparently maintained connections from previous security contracts. Professional fighters rather than intimidation specialists. This development fundamentally altered strategic calculation. Resistance had achieved significant victory against Reed's local operation, but lacked numbers and training to counter professional mercenary force. Neither surrender nor direct confrontation offered acceptable outcome. "We leverage what they value," Arthur decided after brief consideration. Reed's hollow threat. They won't destroy town, they intend to control. But the mine. His expression shifted as strategy crystallized. The mine represents actual value they seek to preserve. Thomas grasped implication immediately. Cooper's demolition experience. Arthur nodded confirmation. Precisely. We position charges at key structural points Cooper identifies, threaten destruction of primary resource rather than engaging mercenaries directly. Provisional Council convened emergency session. Resistance leadership divided between those advocating immediate evacuation versus strategic confrontation using mine as leverage. Cooper provided critical technical assessments supporting Arthur's approach. Targeted demolition charges placed at specific structural points could render mine inaccessible without endangering town structures or causing catastrophic mountain collapse. Controlled destruction, Cooper explained, gesturing toward crude mine schematic drawn from memory, not to collapse entire operation, but make extraction impossible without massive reinvestment. Financial leverage against mercenary force motivated by profit rather than loyalty. With Council's approval, operation proceeded along dual tracks. Cooper leading small team to place demolition charges at strategic locations throughout mine, while Arthur organized defensive preparations should negotiation fail. Remaining residents consolidated in defensible central location, creating concentrated position rather than vulnerable scattered households. As noon deadline approached, Arthur walked deliberately toward town entrance alone, presenting singular target rather than delegation that might provide multiple hostages. Harlow waited with evident impatience, flanked by mercenaries whose professional bearing confirmed Thomas's assessment. Experienced combat personnel rather than simple intimidation specialists. Morgan, Harlow acknowledged with curt nod suggesting prior awareness of Arthur's identity. Situation straightforward, release Reed, surrender resistance leadership, resume normal operations. Alternatives, significantly less pleasant for everyone involved. Counter offer, Arthur replied with measured calm. Your mercenary force withdraws completely. Company acknowledges community ownership of mine and provides fair compensation for previous exploitation. Alternative involves mine destruction, rendering resource inaccessible regardless who controls town. Harlow's expression revealed momentary uncertainty. First, authentic reaction beneath professional demeanor. Bluffing, he asserted without complete conviction. Destroying mine damages community more than company. Arthur maintained unwavering eye contact. Communities already survived company abandonment. Current operation represents bonus rather than survival necessity. Question becomes whether your employers value potential profit above certain loss. The negotiation continued with expected posturing and incremental position adjustments, both sides recognizing fundamentally altered power dynamic created by mine vulnerability. Arthur leveraged Cooper's technical expertise, providing specific demolition details that established credible threat rather than empty intimidation. 2-hour consideration window, Arthur concluded, establishing clear parameters preventing indefinite deliberation. After that, charges detonate automatically. Simple mechanism, timer rather than remote trigger. Cannot be stopped once initiated. Returning to town center, Arthur found resistance leadership anxiously awaiting negotiation outcome. He provided objective assessment without false optimism or unnecessary pessimism. Mercenary force represented significant threat, yet financial motivation created vulnerability conventional military unit might not demonstrate. They're calculating financial equations now, Arthur explained to assembled council. Potential profit versus certain loss. Future opportunity against immediate cost. Money motivates more reliably than ideology among professional fighters. Cooper approached with grim expression suggesting complication. Charges placed successfully, he confirmed, but mechanism more temperamental than anticipated. mining environment, dampness, residual gases, affects reliability, need to monitor constantly once timer engaged. This technical limitation created significant tactical complication. Automatic detonation claim represented negotiation leverage, yet actual implementation required human monitoring throughout countdown period. Someone would need to remain within mine ensuring charges functioned as threatened, potentially sacrificing escape opportunity if negotiation failed. "I'll do it," Cooper volunteered without hesitation. "Know those tunnels better than anyone left alive. If things go sideways, might find alternative exit through old maintenance shaft." Arthur studied the former blasting specialist thoughtfully, recognizing determined resignation beneath professional assessment. High-risk position, he acknowledged, but potentially decisive contribution. As 2-hour deadline approached, Arthur positioned observation teams monitoring mercenary movements while maintaining communication chain between negotiation point and mine operation. Cooper remained stationed with demolition charges, prepared to initiate countdown when instructed, or if communication ceased, indicating negotiation failure. Harlow returned precisely at designated time, expression suggesting internal conflict between professional detachment and recognition of altered circumstance. "Conditional withdrawal," he offered with businesslike efficiency. "Mercenary force departs completely. Company representatives arrive within 1 week for formal negotiation regarding mine ownership and compensation. Reed remains in custody for territorial authority transfer." Additional condition, Arthur countered, maintaining negotiation momentum. Company provides immediate supply shipment addressing critical community needs, food, medicine, essential materials. Demonstration of good faith preceding formal negotiation. Brief consultation with unseen authority via messenger produced affirmative response. Company representatives recognized value of immediate goodwill gesture compared to continued confrontation with unpredictable outcome. Agreement formalized through written document signed by Harlow, Arthur, and Thomas as respective representatives of involved parties. Mercenary withdrawal began immediately, professional discipline evident in orderly departure contrasting sharply with chaotic dispersal of Reed's original enforcers. Arthur maintained vigilant observation throughout process, recognizing potential vulnerability during transition period, when resistance might lower guard prematurely. By evening, Hollow Ridge had undergone second profound transition within 24 hours. Liberation from Reed's oppression, followed by successful resolution of professional mercenary threat through strategic leverage rather than direct confrontation. Provisional Council convened to address immediate governance requirements, while planning longer-term community organization. Company negotiation represents significant opportunity beyond immediate crisis resolution, Thomas observed during leadership discussion. Establishing legal ownership with documented compensation creates sustainable foundation, rather than temporary reprieve. Arthur recognized critical transition point where his personal involvement necessarily diminished crisis intervention, completing natural progression toward community self-determination without external direction. His experience throughout troubled life had demonstrated repeatedly that lasting change required internal leadership rather than imposed solution, regardless of initial intentions. "My part concludes with immediate threat resolution," Arthur stated, acknowledging reality that prompted momentary dismay among council members who had come to rely on his tactical guidance. "Community determines its own direction forward, builds governance reflecting shared values rather than external perspective." Cooper's demolition charges were carefully dismantled, valuable components salvaged for legitimate mining operations, while detailed documentation maintained regarding placement should similar leverage become necessary during future negotiations. The former blasting specialist demonstrated surprising administrative capability, organizing inventory system for mining equipment that established foundation for community-managed operation. That evening, Arthur found Thomas at observation point overlooking Hollow Ridge, mining town's scattered lights creating constellations against mountain darkness. His former riding companion seemed simultaneously exhausted and energized, physical fatigue balanced against spiritual renewal that accompanied meaningful accomplishment. "Wasn't sure you'd actually come when I wrote," Thomas admitted, offering shared cigarette with familiar gesture bridging years of separation. "Knew you'd continued riding with Dutch despite occasional philosophical disagreements." Arthur accepted cigarette, considering response that acknowledged complicated truth rather than comfortable simplification. "Dutch's vision meant something once," he replied finally. "Freedom from exploitation, protection for vulnerable, community built on mutual support rather than hierarchical control. And now?" Thomas pressed gently, recognizing underlying conflict without demanding explicit articulation. Arthur gazed toward distant peaks silhouetted against star-filled sky. Vision became something else, he acknowledged. Purpose twisted into justification, noble cause transformed into survival mechanism. Protecting people became secondary to maintaining gang, regardless of collateral damage. Thomas nodded understanding, having witnessed similar transformation within mining company that had initially promised community development alongside resource extraction before priorities shifted toward profit maximization, regardless of human cost. "What happens after territorial marshals collect Reed?" Thomas inquired, recognizing Arthur's imminent departure without requiring explicit confirmation. "Return to current obligations," Arthur replied with deliberately vague phrasing that maintained loyalty while acknowledging increasing reservation. Though experience here provides perspective worth consideration regarding future directions. They shared comfortable silence born from shared history and mutual respect, each contemplating different futures shaped by current choices and accumulating experiences. Hollow Ridge represented different significance for each. For Thomas, community deserving protection and potential home worth fighting to preserve. For Arthur, reflection of larger pattern demonstrating both exploitation's persistent nature and resistance's transformative possibility. Territorial marshals arrived following morning, 3 weathered lawmen whose professional assessment quickly distinguished between criminal enterprise requiring prosecution versus community self-defense justifying measured response. Chief Marshal Donovan reviewed documented evidence regarding Reed's operation, conducting preliminary interviews establishing foundation for comprehensive investigation beyond immediate enforcement action. "Company involvement complicates jurisdiction," Donovan explained during consultation with Provisional Council. "Corporate headquarters outside territorial authority creates federal consideration potentially superseding local prosecution. This development created both opportunity and complication. Federal involvement promised resources beyond territorial capacity, while introducing political considerations given mining companies' significant influence within regional governance structures. Arthur recognized familiar pattern from countless confrontations where nominal law enforcement operated within constraints imposed by powerful interests rather than abstract justice principles. Documentation provides leverage regardless of jurisdiction, Arthur advised counsel before marshal consultation. Evidence organized systematically, duplicated from multiple authorities, publicly acknowledged to prevent quiet disappearance. Reed's transfer to territorial custody proceeded without incident, former security foreman maintaining contemptuous silence throughout processing. His expression when passing Arthur suggested recognition that initial assessment had underestimated opponent's capabilities. Professional respect without personal reconciliation regarding fundamental opposition. With immediate crisis resolved and longer-term processes established, Arthur prepared for departure, while Thomas organized community development initiatives transitioning from resistance movement towards sustainable governance structure. Provisional Council had evolved beyond emergency response, establishing specialized committees addressing mine operation, resource distribution, infrastructure maintenance, and external negotiation. Arthur's planned departure encountered unexpected delay when Cooper approached with troubling information discovered during comprehensive mine inspection. The former blasting specialist had identified structural anomalies suggesting deliberate sabotage rather than simple safety negligence. Support beams strategically weakened, drainage systems compromised, ventilation partially disabled in manner suggesting intentional long-term degradation. Someone wanted eventual catastrophic failure, Cooper explained grimly, presenting detailed documentation supporting assessment. Not immediate collapse, but progressive structural compromise, eventually rendering entire operation unsalvageable. This revelation transformed understanding regarding Reed's operation and company withdrawal. Rather than simple profit maximization through unregulated extraction, evidence suggested deliberate destruction providing alternative benefit beyond immediate resource acquisition. Arthur immediately recognized strategic implication: insurance policy potentially worth substantially more than remaining mineral resources if properly documented as accident rather than intentional action. Thomas convened emergency council session where Cooper presented technical findings with methodical precision that established credibility beyond reasonable doubt. The documentation detailed systematic sabotage disguised as cost-cutting measures, creating appearance of normal deterioration while ensuring eventual catastrophic failure that would have killed any workers present, while rendering mine permanently inaccessible. Company collects substantial insurance payment while eliminating ongoing liability from remaining operations, Thomas summarized, connecting technical evidence with corporate financial motivation. Clean resolution from business perspective, regardless of human cost. This discovery necessitated immediate practical response, beyond documentation for future legal proceedings. Cooper organized comprehensive inspection identifying all compromised structures requiring immediate reinforcement, while Arthur developed security protocol, ensuring sabotage couldn't resume during vulnerable transition period when multiple external parties access mine for various assessment purposes. Arthur's departure, delayed by these developments, he found himself increasingly integrated within community recovery efforts, despite initial intention to provide limited intervention addressing immediate oppression rather than longer-term reconstruction. His tactical experience proved valuable beyond direct confrontation, informing security arrangements, protecting vulnerable operations during transition towards stable community management. Unexpected allies emerged during this extended involvement. Former company employees who had maintained nominal loyalty during Reed's regime while secretly preserving technical documentation regarding safe operation protocols and maintenance requirements. These individuals approached Provisional Council offering expertise essential for successful community management. Their previous reticence born from realistic assessment of Reed's willingness to eliminate perceived threats, rather than genuine support for exploitation system. Most significant among these hidden allies was Eleanor Winters, former company accountant who had systematically duplicated financial records documenting fraudulent practices, resource misappropriation, and executive compensation tied directly to Holleridge operation rather than official corporate accounting. Her meticulous documentation provided leverage far exceeding physical evidence gathered from mine site itself. Paper trail connecting corporate headquarters directly to fraudulent practices Reed had implemented locally. We maintained deniability through cutouts like Reed, Eleanor explained during detailed presentation to expanded council including Arthur and territorial marshal representatives. Official correspondence emphasized compliance, while verbal directives contradicted written policy. Reed's background made him perfect implementer, military experience providing operational capability, while criminal history ensured vulnerability to corporate pressure. This intelligence transformed negotiation landscape completely. Rather than community petitioning powerful corporation from vulnerability position, documented evidence created potential legal exposure corporate leadership couldn't dismiss through typical intimidation tactics or financial pressure. Marshal Donovan recognized significance immediately, securing Eleanor's documentation while initiating federal involvement, transcending territorial limitations. Corporate fraud across state lines triggers federal jurisdiction, Donovan explained with professional satisfaction, suggesting personal alignment with justice beyond technical enforcement. Documentation Ms. Winters preserved establishes conspiracy patterns sufficient for preliminary investigation, regardless of political interference attempts. Arthur observed these developments with mixed emotions. Satisfaction regarding community's strengthening position, balanced against recognition that extended involvement complicated his eventual return to gang obligations. Dutch would have celebrated corporate exploitation exposed, while simultaneously questioning authority intervention rather than direct justice through community action. Thomas found Arthur at now familiar observation point that evening. Communities expanded lighting reflecting increased activity throughout Holleridge as operations resumed under provisional management rather than exploitative control. Quite different from when you arrived, Thomas observed, gesture encompassing transformed community below. Reed gone, company negotiating from weakness rather than strength, mine operating for community benefit rather than external profit. Arthur acknowledged accurate assessment with slight nod, though perspective extended beyond immediate transformation. Pattern repeats elsewhere, he noted quietly. Different specifics but identical dynamic. Powerful interests exploiting vulnerable communities. Resistance requiring coordination against overwhelming material advantage. You're considering larger implications, Thomas intuited with perception born from shared history despite years apart. Beyond Holleridge specifically. Arthur didn't immediately respond, thoughts navigating complex territory between Dutch's increasingly problematic leadership and fundamental principles that had initially drawn him to outlaw life. The contradiction had grown increasingly difficult to reconcile, fighting exploitation while sometimes employing similar methods, opposing oppressive systems while creating alternative structure, imposing different limitations. Dutch would view this differently now than years ago, Arthur finally acknowledged. Originally would have celebrated community liberation, corporate accountability. Now might focus on potential resources for gang sustainability, regardless of community impact. Thomas absorbed this assessment without immediate judgment, recognizing profound consideration underlying seemingly simple observation. People change, he offered eventually. Sometimes evolution, sometimes degradation. Question becomes whether we recognize transformation within ourselves and others, then make conscious choices accordingly. Their conversation continued late into evening, exploring philosophical territory neither man typically navigated explicitly. despite actions reflecting underlying principles guiding respective lives. Arthur found unexpected clarity through articulation, putting words to growing discomfort regarding Dutch's evolving approach, created definition previously experienced as formless unease rather than specific concern. Morning brought company representatives arriving under federal escort, corporate lawyers accompanied by executive management rather than simple negotiators, indicating seriousness with which corporate leadership regarded situation following evidence exposure. Their demeanor suggested calculation rather than contrition, though practical recognition of altered circumstances informed approach, transcending typical corporate arrogance when addressing isolated community concerns. Arthur observed. Initial negotiation session without direct participation, presence requested by counsel for tactical assessment rather than active involvement. The corporate delegation presented carefully constructed proposal, addressing immediate community demands while protecting broader company interests against potential precedent, encouraging similar actions elsewhere. Financial settlement structured as investment rather than compensation. Operational transfer framed as experimental initiative rather than accountability response. Council members demonstrated unexpected sophistication during counter-negotiation. Eleanor's financial expertise particularly valuable interpreting complex proposal components designed to create appearance of generosity while minimizing actual corporate commitment. Thomas coordinated community response effectively, balancing immediate practical needs against longer-term considerations regarding sustainable independence versus ongoing corporate entanglement. As negotiation recessed for evening consideration, Arthur received unexpected visitor at temporary quarters established in repurposed company housing. Marshal Donovan requested private consultation regarding intelligence developed through Reed's initial interrogation following transfer to territorial custody. Reed provided information suggesting larger context beyond Holleridge specifically, Donovan explained without preamble. Claims similar operations established in multiple locations throughout territory communities where company withdrawal created vulnerability, subsequently exploited through security operations initially presented as protection services. The Marshal produced crude map identifying several isolated communities experiencing patterns matching Holleridge's experience. Extractive industry departure followed by security service establishment that gradually transformed into exploitative control system. The pattern suggested coordinated approach rather than isolated opportunism, raising troubling possibility regarding systematic exploitation network potentially connected to legitimate corporate interests through cutout operations providing deniability while maintaining profit flow. Why share this intelligence with me specifically? Arthur inquired, though developing suspicion regarding Marshall's motivation. Because you're leaving once this situation resolves, Donovan replied with pragmatic directness. Your involvement here demonstrated particular capability regarding systemic exploitation response. Territorial authority has limited resources addressing widespread pattern, particularly involving corporate interests with significant political connection. The implication hung unspoken yet unmistakable. Informal cooperation addressing exploitation pattern outside official channels that might experience politically imposed limitations. Arthur recognized complexity beyond simple law enforcement proposition, potential alignment serving justice without loyalty, oath constraining independent perspective regarding implementation methodology, information sharing without formal deputization, Arthur summarized, clarifying arrangement parameters. Mutual awareness supporting individual operations without compromising respective independence. Donovan nodded confirmation. Precisely. Your methods remain your business, unless crossing certain boundaries harming innocent parties. Our investigations continue through official channels. with understanding that information may find appropriate application through multiple avenues. This unexpected development created additional complexity regarding Arthur's imminent departure and eventual return to gang obligations. The potential network identification aligned with Dutch's stated philosophical opposition to exploitation, while operational methodology increasingly diverged from gang's evolving approach, prioritizing resource acquisition over principled opposition. Arthur committed to information receipt without specific operational commitment, maintaining independence while acknowledging potential value addressing exploitative pattern. Donovan seemed satisfied with arrangement, acknowledging practical reality rather than demanding formal commitment, potentially compromising either party's operational effectiveness. Final negotiations concluded following morning. Agreement structured, addressing immediate community requirements while establishing framework for potential expansion throughout region should operational model prove successful. Corporate representatives departed with mixed expressions, suggesting recognition of suboptimal outcome, balanced against awareness that alternatives potentially involve significantly greater financial exposure given documented malfeasance. With external threats addressed and sustainable community management established, Arthur's continued presence became increasingly unnecessary, despite appreciation expressed by Provisional Council and individual residents who had participated in liberation effort. Thomas recognized imminent departure without requiring explicit announcement, arranging private conversation before Arthur's planned morning exit. "You've given Hollow Ridge chance at genuine independence," Thomas acknowledged, expressing gratitude without excessive sentimentality. Community determines its future rather than having path imposed through exploitation or necessity. Arthur accepted acknowledgement with characteristic reserve, uncomfortable with praise despite recognition regarding significant contribution to positive outcome. Community liberated itself once catalyst provided, he countered. Courage already present, organization developed naturally once initial resistance demonstrated possibility. They shared brief reminiscence regarding shared past experiences, neither dwelling extensively on intervening years nor making promises regarding future communication that practical reality might prevent fulfilling. Their parting embodied mutual respect between men, following different paths while maintaining core principles that had initially created connection despite superficial differences. Dutch was right about some things, Thomas observed as their conversation concluded. Systems are designed for controlling many through few, prosperity flowing upward while hardship distributed downward. Where he's wrong is believing alternative requires becoming what you oppose rather than building something genuinely different. The observation accompanied Arthur as he departed Holleridge following morning, settlement already demonstrating transformation from oppressed mining town towards self-determining community, establishing sustainability beyond extractive industry dependence. Workers had returned to mine under cooperatively managed operation, structures undergoing repair, addressing deliberate sabotage while implementing safety protocols exceeding territorial requirements. Arthur had traveled approximately 2 days' journey from Hollow Ridge when unexpected encounter altered intended route back toward gang's current camp location. Small hunting cabin tucked against mountainside showed recent occupation signs. Despite remote location, far from established settlements or travel routes, a cautious approach revealed elderly trapper whose initial defensive posture relaxed upon confirming Arthur's solitary status rather than larger group potentially threatening isolated dwelling. The man introduced himself simply as Nathaniel, offering basic hospitality in exchange for news regarding territorial developments beyond his isolated hunting range. During conversation over modest shared meal, Nathaniel mentioned troubling reports from nearby settlement called Copper Hill. mining community experiencing pattern disturbingly similar to Holleridge's recent history. Company pulled out claiming depleted resources, Nathaniel recounted. Weathered features suggesting decades observing human patterns, with same attention given animal tracking. Security personnel remained, offering protection services for residents choosing to stay despite corporate departure. Reports filtering through hunting communities suggest protection transformed into control within months. This information connected directly with Marshal Donovan's intelligence regarding potential exploitation network operating throughout territory. Arthur's intended return to Dutch's camp would take him within reasonable proximity to Copper Hill, creating opportunity for assessment without significant delay regarding gang obligation. After departing Nathaniel's cabin following morning, Arthur adjusted course towards settlement, requiring minimal detour while providing potential intelligence regarding exploitation pattern Marshal Donovan had identified. The approach would be observational rather than interventional, assessment determining whether situation matched Holleridge pattern without immediate engagement unless circumstances demonstrated extraordinary necessity. Copper Hill materialized gradually through mountain haze late second day following course adjustment. The settlement's physical arrangement immediately suggested operational similarities with Holleridge, mining infrastructure dominating landscape, while residential structures clustered within easily controlled perimeter, limited access routes allowing effective monitoring of movement into and from community. Arthur established observation position overlooking settlement, utilizing outcropping providing both concealment and comprehensive vantage point. Initial assessment confirmed disturbing similarities with Holleridge situation. Armed personnel conducting regular patrols, residents demonstrating characteristic body language indicating intimidation rather than security, mining operations continuing despite official closure. Most significantly, Arthur identified familiar figure overseeing operation from company headquarters building, Harlow, Reed's lieutenant who had commanded mercenary force during Holleridge confrontation. His presence confirmed connection between operations beyond coincidental similarity, suggesting coordinated exploitation network rather than isolated opportunistic situations. 2 days careful observation established operational parameters similar to Reed's Holleridge system: protection payments, resource extraction disguised as maintenance, strategic intimidation maintaining control through minimized visible violence. The pattern matched Marshal Donovan's intelligence perfectly, confirming systematic approach potentially replicated throughout territory wherever extractive industry created vulnerable communities through abrupt withdrawal. Arthur faced significant ethical dilemma regarding appropriate response. Holleridge intervention had developed through personal connection with Thomas rather than abstract principle. Commitment expanding through direct community engagement rather than predetermined intervention decision. Copper Hill represented tragedy requiring addressing within larger pattern, yet Arthur maintained existing obligations to gang family that his extended absence had already strained considerably. The decision crystallized unexpectedly during third observation day, when Arthur witnessed public beating administered against elderly resident whose apparent transgression involved insufficient deference toward collection enforcer. The scene paralleled Jenkins' treatment in Holleridge with disturbing precision, calculated public violence demonstrating consequences while minimizing permanent damage, ensuring continued productivity from intimidated population. Arthur couldn't intervene directly without compromising observation position and potentially triggering broader violence throughout community. However, willingness to depart without addressing systematic exploitation contradicted fundamental principles that had initially attracted him to Dutch's philosophical vision regarding justice and protection for vulnerable communities against powerful interests. Compromise emerged through strategic approach, leveraging Holleridge experience without requiring extended personal involvement, potentially compromising existing gang obligations. Arthur would make contact with potential resistance elements within Copperhill, provide organizational framework and tactical guidance based on successful Holleridge operation, then depart once local leadership demonstrated sufficient capability, continuing without external direction. Initial contact required careful approach, avoiding enforcer detection while identifying potential resistance leadership without exposing community members to retaliation. Arthur utilized mining engineer disguise, presenting himself as company inspector, conducting assessment regarding potential reopening cover, providing reasonable explanation for questions regarding operations and community conditions. This approach yielded contact with Sarah Collins, former mine safety officer who had maintained documentation regarding ongoing operations despite official closure. Her position partially protected through technical expertise required for continued extraction, creating operational space for resistance coordination, while maintaining plausible loyalty toward current management. Harlow established control gradually, Sarah explained during clandestine meeting arranged through careful intermediaries. Started as legitimate security service during company withdrawal, transformed into protection racket once corporate oversight disappeared completely. Community didn't recognize transition until enforcement structure solidified beyond reasonable resistance capability. Arthur shared relevant Holleridge experience without revealing personal involvement details, providing organizational framework addressing Copperhill's specific circumstances while maintaining consistent strategic principles. Sarah demonstrated natural leadership capability combined with technical expertise, creating foundation for effective resistance beyond temporary external intervention. Holleridge succeeded through coordinated resistance, leveraging mining infrastructure as tactical advantage rather than vulnerability, Arthur explained, providing specific operational details regarding successful approach. Documentation gathering paralleled direct action, creating leverage beyond immediate confrontation capacity. For 3 days, Arthur provided intensive guidance, developing Copperhill resistance organization, while maintaining cover identity, preventing premature enforcement response. Sarah recruited trusted community members, establishing communication network, resource distribution system, and intelligence gathering operation, addressing specific vulnerabilities within Harlow's enforcement structure. Unexpected complication arose 4th day when familiar figure appeared during Harlow's morning briefing session, Micah Bell, arriving unannounced with characteristic swagger suggesting significant development within larger operational network. Arthur observed this arrival from concealed position, recognition triggering immediate strategic reassessment regarding personal involvement limitations and potential gang connection previously unidentified. Micah's presence created multiple troubling implications. His appearance suggested potential gang involvement within exploitation network Arthur had been investigating, raising disturbing possibility that Dutch's operations had expanded into territory previously considered beyond their operational parameters. Alternatively, Micah might be operating independently, pursuing personal opportunity without gang sanction, creating different but equally problematic complication regarding Arthur's continued involvement. Need to accelerate timeline, Arthur informed Sarah during emergency meeting following Micah's observed arrival. External factors creating potential complication beyond original assessment. Resistance needs operational capability within 48 hours, rather than gradual development originally planned. Sarah demonstrated impressive adaptability, adjusting organizational approach without requiring detailed explanation regarding Arthur's suddenly compressed timeline. Her technical expertise proved particularly valuable preparing mining infrastructure for potential tactical leverage similar to Holleridge approach, identifying structural vulnerabilities, control systems, and critical operational nodes that community knowledge could transform into advantage against external enforcement. "We'll be ready," Sarah assured Arthur with quiet determination, reflecting genuine leadership capability rather than bravado. "Community's been waiting for catalyst rather than opportunity. Your guidance provided framework connecting existing resistance elements rather than creating artificial structure." Arthur completed accelerated preparation, transferring operational knowledge and tactical approach while minimizing personal visibility, potentially compromising both Copperhill resistance and his complicated position regarding potential Micah connection. The compressed timeline necessitated calculated risk acceptance, balancing immediate withdrawal against community preparation requirements, ensuring reasonable success probability following his departure. Final briefing with core resistance leadership occurred midnight, before Arthur's planned dawn departure. The small group had demonstrated remarkable capability, absorbing tactical guidance while adapting approach, addressing Copperhill's specific circumstances rather than implementing rigid methodology, transferred without contextual consideration. "Remember fundamental principles," Arthur emphasized as briefing concluded. "Leverage mining infrastructure, creating advantage outweighing numerical and armament superiority. Control critical systems rather than confronting enforcement directly when possible. Document everything beyond immediate operational necessity." Sarah's response demonstrated comprehensive understanding, transcending mechanical implementation. "Resistance succeeds through community liberation rather than simple enforcement replacement," she stated with clarity, suggesting philosophical alignment beyond tactical agreement. "Building something better rather than exchanging one exploitation system for another." Dawn departure proceeded according to plan. Arthur leaving Copperhill via hunting trail providing concealment from enforcement observation posts positioned along main access routes. The extraction proceeded smoothly until reaching Overlook Ridge, approximately 3 miles beyond settlement perimeter, where unexpected encounter fundamentally altered circumstances beyond anticipated contingency planning. Micah Bell sat casually astride distinctive mount, position suggesting deliberate interception rather than coincidental encounter. His characteristic smirk conveyed amused satisfaction regarding strategic advantage currently enjoyed through surprise and preparation, rather than random opportunity. "Morgan," Micah acknowledged with exaggerated cordiality, containing unmistakable undertones suggesting dangerous intent beneath social veneer. "Quite coincidence finding you here, considering Dutch has been wondering about extended absence following supposedly simple personal business." Arthur maintained neutral expression despite internal calculation rapidly assessing tactical options against various potential scenarios Micah's presence suggested. "Heading back to camp now?" he responded with deliberate casualness, matching Micah's affected manner. "Personal business concluded satisfactorily." Curious personal business involving organizing resistance against profitable mining operation, Micah observed with predatory smile, suggesting information source beyond simple deduction. Operation with potential connection to interests beyond simple local exploitation. Interests Dutch might find valuable for gang's continued prosperity during challenging times. This statement confirmed Arthur's worst assessment regarding Micah's presence. Independent operation potentially leveraging gang connection without Dutch's knowledge or approval, creating personal opportunity through information control and strategic positioning within larger exploitation network. The implication created immediate decision requirement regarding appropriate response balancing multiple competing priorities with significant ethical implications. "Sounds like you've found opportunity," Arthur acknowledged without committing to specific position regarding information Micah clearly possessed through unknown source within Copper Hill. Question becomes whether opportunity serves gang interests or personal agenda, potentially undermining Dutch's actual objectives. Micah's expression hardened momentarily before resuming calculated pleasantness, suggesting dangerous intent beneath social pretense. Always suspicious, Morgan. Perhaps I simply recognize potential alignment between ongoing operation and Dutch's philosophical opposition to exploitation. Connection potentially benefiting everyone through appropriate introduction. Before conversation could continue, developing increasingly problematic implications. Distant explosion shattered morning stillness. Significant detonation originating from Copper Hill direction, suggesting resistance operation commenced earlier than planned timeline originally established. Smoke column rose above distant settlement, indicating substantial structural damage beyond simple demonstration or diversionary tactic. Micah's surprise appeared momentarily genuine before calculating assessment replaced initial shock. Seems your resistance friends accelerated timeline considerably, he observed with dangerous undertones, suggesting personal implication beyond tactical observation. Perhaps anticipating potential complication following observed conversation with departing organizer. Arthur recognized immediately that Sarah must have maintained surveillance during his extraction, observed Micah's interception, and initiated contingency operation addressing potential compromise resulting from Arthur's unexpected encounter. The tactical adaptation demonstrated impressive capability while creating immediate complication regarding Arthur's position relative to both resistance operation and Micah's presence. Multiple secondary explosions indicated comprehensive implementation, rather than isolated incidents, suggesting resistance leadership had prepared complete operational package, implementing regardless of Arthur's continued presence or guidance. The approach demonstrated both impressive capability and recognition regarding external complication potential beyond immediate tactical considerations. Choices define us, Morgan, Micah stated with uncharacteristic philosophical tone, suggesting appreciation for significant inflection point currently presented. Dutch talks about freedom, fighting against corrupt systems, yet practical considerations sometimes indicate accommodation rather than confrontation serves larger objectives. Question becomes where individual loyalty ultimately resides. The implicit challenge contained multiple layers beyond immediate tactical situation. Micah effectively offered cooperation, concealing Arthur's Copper Hill involvement from Dutch, while suggesting alignment regarding exploitation network potentially benefiting gang through appropriate introduction rather than disruption. The proposition contained obvious self-serving component while simultaneously presenting legitimate consideration regarding gang's challenging circumstances and Dutch's increasingly flexible ethical positioning. Arthur's decision crystallized through explosion aftermath observation. Copper Hill Resistance had clearly implemented comprehensive operation targeting enforcement infrastructure rather than community assets, demonstrating discipline and strategic focus beyond simple violence application. The approach reflected principles Arthur had emphasized during abbreviated training, suggesting genuine community liberation potential rather than power transfer between exploitative systems. Appreciate assessment, Micah, Arthur responded with careful neutrality, concealing commitment already formed. Though seems situation developing beyond immediate conversation relevance, might require direct observation before determining appropriate response regarding Dutch's potential interest. Micah's expression suggested recognition that immediate recruitment attempt had proven unsuccessful, while calculation regarding alternative approach continued behind superficially agreeable response. Reasonable assessment, he acknowledged with exaggerated reasonableness. Perhaps we investigate developing situation together, determine potential opportunity through direct observation rather than distant speculation. This suggestion created perfect operational opening, addressing Arthur's immediate objective, returning to Copper Hill, providing resistance support during critical implementation phase, when enforcement response might otherwise overwhelm initial advantage gained through surprise implementation. Micah's presence complicated tactical approach, while simultaneously providing plausible explanation for Arthur's return, beyond simple resistance support. Reasonable approach, Arthur agreed with matching superficial cooperation, though situation likely deteriorating rapidly given explosive implementation rather than gradual resistance development. Direct intervention might prove necessary, maintaining stability, serving potential future interest, rather than allowing chaotic dissolution destroying all potential value. Micah's agreement seemed partially genuine, beyond tactical positioning, suggesting recognition regarding genuine opportunity preservation rather than simple manipulation attempt. They proceeded toward Copper Hill together, temporary alignment based on differing motivations creating functional cooperation despite fundamental opposition regarding ultimate objectives and ethical consideration. Copper Hill appeared transformed upon their return. Strategic explosions had targeted enforcement headquarters, communication center, and ammunition storage rather than critical infrastructure or community assets. The approach demonstrated sophisticated implementation beyond simple destructive impulse, creating enforcement disorganization without compromising community viability following successful resolution. Multiple engagements continued throughout settlement resistance members, leveraging local knowledge against increasingly disorganized enforcement response following command structure disruption and communication system destruction. Harlow attempted establishing temporary command center near mine entrance, positions suggesting contingency planning indicating professional approach beyond simple opportunistic exploitation. Arthur and Micah approached settlement from eastern access point, position providing observation opportunity without immediate engagement requirement, potentially forcing premature commitment regarding complex situation. Their arrival coincided with critical operational inflection point. Resistance had achieved significant initial advantage through surprise implementation, while enforcement demonstrated reorganization capability suggesting potential momentum reversal without additional intervention. Impressive organization for simple mining community, Micah observed with professional assessment, transcending personal agenda temporarily. Strategic targeting, coordinated implementation, disciplined execution, maintaining critical infrastructure despite multiple engagement opportunities, suggesting emotional rather than tactical motivation. Arthur acknowledged accurate assessment without revealing personal contribution toward resistance development. Mining communities understand structural vulnerability intimately, he noted without specific operational detail. Experience translates effectively towards systematic approach rather than reactive response, lacking strategic consideration. Their observation continued, revealing increasingly clear operational picture. Resistance controlling approximately 60% of settlement through coordinated action, while enforcement maintained fragmented defense concentrated around mine entrance, suggesting fallback position, protecting critical resource rather than community control. The situation demonstrated potential resolution opportunity through targeted intervention rather than general engagement requiring extensive resource commitment. Enforcement concentration indicates prioritization, Arthur observed. identifying tactical opportunity while presenting assessment as general observation rather than specific intervention recommendation, protecting extraction operation rather than community control, suggests value hierarchy, potentially exploitable through focused approach rather than dispersed engagement. Micah's responding expression suggested recognition regarding Arthur's implicit suggestion, while calculation regarding personal advantage continued beneath superficial tactical agreement. Mining operation represents primary value within larger network, he acknowledged with partial candor, indicating potential cooperation foundation beyond immediate situation. Harlow's position suggests broader connection beyond simple local exploitation, potentially indicating significant integration within territorial operation Dutch might find relevant despite current disruptive circumstances. This statement confirmed Arthur's assessment regarding exploitation network's territorial scope, while providing potential approach addressing competing objectives without requiring immediate confrontation, potentially compromising either immediate resistance support or longer-term gang relationship. Despite increasingly problematic ethical contradictions, Arthur could support resistance success, ensuring community liberation, while Micah potentially preserved network intelligence, serving future consideration regarding Dutch's potential interest. Focused intervention targeting mine entrance consolidates resistance advantage while preserving highest value intelligence source, Arthur suggested, framing recommendations serving both objectives while maintaining plausible cooperation despite fundamentally opposed motivations. Enabling concentration provides tactical opportunity, while leadership presence offers intelligence potential beyond immediate resolution. Micah's agreement seemed genuinely enthusiastic beyond tactical positioning, suggesting recognition regarding legitimate opportunity serving personal agenda, while accommodating Arthur's unstated objectives, without requiring explicit acknowledgement potentially compromising future positioning. They proceeded toward mine entrance using indirect approach, leveraging environmental concealment against enforcement observation, focused primarily toward settlement interior rather than external threat perception. The approach succeeded beyond reasonable expectation. Enforcement concentration created vulnerability against unanticipated external threat, while internal attention focused entirely toward resistance engagement within settlement proper. Arthur and Micah achieved position overlooking mine entrance without detection, observation revealing approximately 20 enforcement personnel establishing defensive perimeter protecting Harlow's command position, established within mine administrative building. Direct assault guarantees significant casualties regardless of tactical advantage, Arthur assessed, recognizing enforcement quality transcending typical opportunistic criminal capability. Alternative approach leveraging mining infrastructure potentially creates advantage without unnecessary bloodshed, compromising community viability following successful resolution. Micah's expression suggested limited patience regarding bloodshed, avoidance, while tactical assessment recognized legitimate consideration beyond simple violence aversion. Engineering approach rather than frontal engagement, he acknowledged, with reasonable tactical agreement, despite motivational difference. Though implementation requires mining knowledge potentially unavailable currently given operational separation from resistance leadership, this limitation created perfect opportunity, introducing Sarah without revealing prior relationship, potentially compromising Arthur's position regarding resistance development. Before implementation discussion could continue, familiar figure appeared, moving cautiously between equipment structures, approximately 50 yards from their observation position. Sarah conducting personal reconnaissance, demonstrating leadership commitment beyond simple direction from protected position. Arthur signaled carefully, movement calculated, attracting attention without compromising position against potential enforcement observation. Sarah recognized signal with professional response indicating trained capability rather than amateur enthusiasm, approaching carefully while maintaining environmental concealment throughout movement, demonstrating impressive fieldcraft beyond technical expertise previously demonstrated. Morgan, she acknowledged, with neutral greeting, concealing prior relationship from Micah despite clear recognition. Unexpected presence given earlier departure, though potentially fortunate given current tactical situation, requiring specific expertise, potentially available through experienced perspective. Arthur understood immediately that Sarah had recognized Micah's presence required maintaining operational security regarding their prior relationship, preserving plausible narratives supporting Arthur's position while potentially securing additional support through apparent coincidental encounter rather than predetermined intervention. Observed situation developing, recognized potential contribution opportunity, Arthur explained, with matching professional detachment serving mutual objective, concealing prior relationship. Current tactical assessment suggests engineering approach leveraging mining infrastructure potentially creates advantage beyond direct assault capability, considering enforcement quality and defensive position. Sarah's response demonstrated impressive adaptability beyond simple deception capability, technical assessment addressing specific tactical consideration without revealing prior knowledge regarding Arthur's approach preference or operational methodology. Primary ventilation control accesses auxiliary maintenance tunnel bypassing main entrance entirely, she explained with professional precision, suggesting legitimate mining engineer background rather than resistance leadership identity. Environmental monitoring station provides secondary access point controlling critical life support infrastructure throughout operational level. This information created perfect implementation opportunity addressing both Arthur's community protection priority and Micah's leadership capture objective without requiring explicit acknowledgement regarding fundamentally different motivations. The approach leveraged mining infrastructure, creating advantage beyond simple numerical or armament superiority, while preserving high-value intelligence. Micah clearly prioritized above enforcement, preservation, or community consideration. Ventilation control provides ideal pressure point, creating enforcement compliance requirement without direct confrontation guaranteeing casualties, Arthur noted, framing recommendation within tactical assessment rather than ethical consideration, potentially revealing motivational difference from Micah's approach. Combination with communication access ensures command isolation, preventing coordinated response, potentially extending engagement beyond necessary operational parameters. Implementation proceeded with surprising effectiveness. Sarah guided their approach through maintenance access points, avoiding detection throughout movement, while Arthur and Micah provided tactical support, ensuring security against potential compromise during critical vulnerability periods, transitioning between protected positions. The team reached Environmental Control Center without engagement requirement. Position providing comprehensive system access, creating decisive advantage beyond simple tactical positioning. Atmospheric regulation provides immediate compliance leverage, Sarah explained. Technical expertise evident through confident system interaction beyond simple mechanical operation. Controlled adjustment creates progressive atmospheric degradation, requiring evacuation without representing immediate life-threatening development, potentially triggering desperate response, rather than rational assessment. Arthur recognized underlying ethical consideration within technical presentation, made an actual approach creating irresistible pressure without representing lethal threat, potentially justifying extreme response regardless of rational assessment. The methodology reflected resistance training, emphasis regarding proportional response, maintaining community viability beyond immediate enforcement removal consideration. Micah seemed impressed, despite characteristically predatory perspective, typically prioritizing direct violence application rather than sophisticated pressure implementation. Impressive capability for mining engineer, he observed, with calculating assessment suggesting partial recognition regarding Sarah's likely broader role within resistance organization. Technical expertise, effectively leveraging infrastructure vulnerability beyond typical resistance implementation, reflecting amateur enthusiasm rather than professional approach. Sarah acknowledged observation without revealing additional information potentially compromising operational security. Implementation proceeded efficiently. Ventilation manipulation creating progressive atmospheric deterioration within defensive perimeter, while communication disruption prevented effective coordination between external enforcement elements, potentially providing support, addressing developing situation. The approach achieved desired outcome within 30 minutes. Harlow initiated negotiation contact through emergency communications systems Sarah had deliberately maintained operational, ensuring compliance avenue, availability beyond simple surrender demand, potentially creating desperate resistance, regardless of deteriorating tactical position. Arthur managed negotiation directly, experience handling similar situations throughout outlaw career, providing effective framework, addressing current circumstances without requiring extensive background explanation, potentially revealing prior resistance involvement. Situation developed beyond reasonable defense continuation, Arthur explained with professional detachment, creating negotiation framework without unnecessary emotional complication. Atmospheric deterioration continues progressively, absent immediate compliance with reasonable evacuation requirements, ensuring personnel safety while addressing community security considerations through enforcement departure rather than continued presence, potentially creating ongoing conflict beyond necessary operational parameters. Harlow's response demonstrated professional assessment transcending emotional reaction, potentially compromising rational decision-making during crisis situation. Evacuation parameters, he inquired with pragmatic focus, suggesting acceptance regarding untenable position, despite continued nominal resistance. Maintaining professional appearance despite practical surrender. Recognition, organized departure under observation, ensuring weapons secured during movement, vehicles remaining within settlement supporting community recovery rather than enforcement extraction, Arthur detailed. Requirements balancing legitimate security consideration against unnecessary humiliation, potentially creating resentment, translating toward future retribution beyond immediate resolution requirements. The negotiation concluded efficiently. Enforcement personnel evacuated mine entrance under observation, while resistance members secured abandoned positions, ensuring defense capability against potential agreement violation through concealed personnel or hidden weapons, potentially compromising successful resolution. Harlow maintained professional demeanor throughout process, compliance reflecting rational assessment rather than emotional surrender, potentially creating unpredictable response, regardless of deteriorating tactical position. Micah positioned himself, ensuring direct access to Harlow during evacuation process, approach suggesting intelligence gathering priority beyond simple enforcement removal consideration. Their conversation occurred beyond Arthur's immediate observation, interaction indicating information exchange potentially concerning broader exploitation network rather than simple operational resolution limited to immediate Copper Hill situation. Sarah coordinated resistance response throughout evacuation process. Leadership capability evident through efficient implementation balancing security requirements against unnecessary provocation, potentially compromising successful resolution through emotional response, triggering violence beyond rational operational necessity. Her approach reflected training emphasis regarding proportional implementation, maintaining community viability beyond immediate enforcement removal consideration. Evacuation concluded without significant incident, enforcement personnel departing settlement completely, while resistance established security perimeter, ensuring immediate return prevention without representing ongoing community militarization, potentially attracting external attention. Beyond immediate situation resolution, the approach achieved immediate objective while establishing foundation for sustainable community control beyond temporary enforcement, removal potentially inviting replacement through power vacuum creation rather than structural reform implementation. Arthur found Sarah near mine entrance following successful operation conclusion. Momentary privacy providing conversation opportunity without compromising operational security. Through observed interaction, potentially revealing prior relationship beyond coincidental encounter. Narrative maintained throughout implementation. Community prepared extensively beyond apparent capability, Arthur observed, with genuine admiration transcending professional assessment. Implementation demonstrated discipline and strategic focus beyond reasonable expectation considering limited development timeline and external support availability. Sarah's response conveyed appreciation while maintaining appropriate operational security given continued uncertainty regarding Micah's position and potential surveillance beyond immediate observation. Training emphasized fundamental principles rather than specific tactical instruction, she acknowledged without explicit trainer identification. Framework application addressing specific circumstances rather than mechanical implementation. Arthur recognized consistent philosophical approach, principles transcending specific implementation methodology, creating sustainable capability beyond temporary external direction, potentially creating dependency rather than genuine community empowerment through self-determined application addressing specific circumstances beyond trainer anticipation or involvement capability. Principles outlast specific situations, Arthur noted with genuine conviction, reflecting personal evolution beyond simple tactical implementation toward fundamental consideration regarding systemic change rather than temporary symptom addressing. Without structural modification, addressing underlying causation, building something better rather than simply replacing immediate exploitation representation. Without addressing fundamental system, potentially reproducing identical outcome through different implementation methodology. Their conversation concluded with mutual respect, acknowledgement, Sarah returning toward community coordination responsibilities while Arthur maintained plausible separation, supporting coincidental encounter narrative rather than predetermined intervention potentially compromising position. Regarding both resistance relationship and Micah's presence, requiring careful management beyond simple situation resolution. Arthur found Micah near settlement perimeter, position suggesting departure preparation rather than continued involvement beyond immediate situation resolution. His expression combined satisfaction, suggesting successful intelligence acquisition, with calculation regarding information, application serving personal agenda beyond simple operational contribution. Productive intervention despite unexpected resistance capability, Michael observed with carefully neutral assessment, concealing specific intelligence acquired through Harlow interaction beyond Arthur's immediate observation. Situation resolution potentially creates opportunity beyond simple exploitation, disruption, particularly considering network connection potentially serving Dutch's broader consideration regarding territorial expansion beyond current operational parameters. This statement confirmed Arthur's assessment regarding exploitation network scope, while raising disturbing implication regarding potential gang integration within systematic exploitation, potentially contradicting fundamental principles, originally justifying outlaw existence beyond simple survival. Consideration. The contradiction created profound ethical dilemma, requiring careful navigation, addressing immediate interaction while preserving future positioning, addressing potentially necessary confrontation regarding gang direction and leadership methodology. Information requires careful consideration regarding applicable methodology, potentially serving genuine philosophical objective rather than simple opportunity exploitation, potentially contradicting fundamental principle. Arthur responded with deliberately measured assessment, providing neither explicit agreement nor categorical rejection, potentially compromising future positioning without adequate information regarding actual circumstances beyond immediate observation capability. Micah's responding expression suggested recognition regarding implicit reservation, while calculation continued regarding potential manipulation, leveraging shared history against emerging philosophical divergence, increasingly evident despite careful presentation, maintaining nominal loyalty appearance. Their conversation concluded without explicit agreement beyond immediate cooperation requirements. Understanding regarding fundamentally different perspective maintained beneath superficial alignment, serving immediate necessity rather than genuine philosophical agreement. Arthur departed Copperhill following afternoon, ensuring community stabilization beyond immediate enforcement. Removal. Resistance organization demonstrating impressive capability, establishing governance structure, addressing necessary security considerations without representing militarization, potentially inviting external intervention beyond local authority capability, typically avoiding isolated settlement involvement, absent specific instigation, requiring response beyond normal operational parameters. The journey provided reflection opportunity, addressing multiple emerging considerations beyond immediate tactical resolution. Exploitation network, potentially extending throughout territory. Michael's involvement suggesting potential gang integration within systematic exploitation. Dutch's evolution, potentially accommodating activities previously considered philosophical contradiction, rather than acceptable methodology, regardless of circumstance or justification. Most significantly, Arthur contemplated personal evolution beyond gang identity toward individual moral framework, addressing fundamental consideration regarding exploitation, opposition, and vulnerable community protection, regardless of specific implementation methodology or organization. The progression suggested potential future necessity regarding difficult decision balancing, competing loyalty between abstract principle and specific relationship, potentially requiring determination, transcending comfortable continuation without explicit consideration regarding increasingly problematic contradiction. 3 days later, Arthur approached Dutch's camp through early morning mist, creating ethereal landscape transition between physical reality and dreamlike appearance, potentially reflecting philosophical transition increasingly evident through recent experience and subsequent contemplation. The camp appeared simultaneously familiar and strange, physical appearance unchanged, while perception transformation created dissonance between expected comfort and experienced uncertainty regarding previously unquestioned belonging. Dutch greeted Arthur with characteristic enthusiasm, partially concealing calculation, potentially reflecting Micah's likely information sharing during earlier return, preceding Arthur's arrival by approximately 24 hours based on tracking sign observed during final approach, indicating recent passage, matching Micah's distinctive mount characteristics. "Arthur, welcome back," Dutch exclaimed with expansive gesture, suggesting genuine pleasure, potentially containing performance element beyond authentic emotion. "Your extended personal business, apparently concluded successfully based on physical appearance, suggesting health maintenance throughout. Absence, despite concerning duration exceeding initial estimation, regarding simple matter requiring limited attention beyond normal operational responsibility. The greeting contained typical Dutch communication characteristics. Superficial warmth, containing implicit criticism regarding loyalty. Consideration while maintaining plausible deniability through indirect expression rather than explicit accusation. Potentially creating direct confrontation rather than psychological manipulation. Maintaining leadership authority through emotional response management rather than transparent communication. Potentially inviting legitimate questioning beyond acceptable parameters. Complicated situation requiring extended attention beyond initial assessment. Arthur acknowledged without specific detail, potentially confirming Micah's likely narrative regarding Copperhill involvement. Though situation resolved satisfactorily, addressing immediate concern while potentially creating future consideration regarding appropriate assessment regarding potential application beyond specific circumstance toward broader philosophical implementation. Dutchie's responding expression suggested partial understanding regarding implicit communication beyond explicit statement. Recognition concerning potential tension requiring management beyond simple acceptance regarding increasingly problematic contradiction between stated principle and actual implementation. Their conversation continued through camp orientation while Arthur re-established presence following extended absence. Interaction maintaining superficial normality while underlying consideration increasingly acknowledged fundamental transformation, potentially requiring significant adjustment beyond comfortable continuation, without explicit examination regarding core philosophical foundation, potentially requiring re-evaluation given emerging contradiction beyond reconciliation capability. Sunrise illuminated camp gradually, light revealing both physical reality beyond night's concealment and metaphorical clarity regarding circumstances previously accepted without adequate examination. Arthur observed familiar activities throughout camp, daily routines continuing without interruption despite philosophical foundation erosion potentially invalidating justification beyond simple survival. Consideration increasingly dominant within operational methodology, determining acceptable action beyond principle limitation previously considered foundational, rather than situational flexibility, regardless of consequence or contradiction. The observation created profound understanding, transcending specific circumstance, communities throughout territory experiencing identical reality, regardless of specific implementation methodology or particular leadership identity. Hollow Ridge, Copperhill, Dutch's gang, all navigating identical challenges requiring individual determination regarding acceptable accommodation balancing immediate survival against fundamental principle potentially requiring sacrifice beyond comfortable compromise. Arthur Morgan watched sunrise complete transformation from darkness toward illumination. Understanding personal journey required identical progression beyond comfortable continuation without examining increasingly problematic contradictions between professed principle and actual implementation. The journey continued beyond immediate resolution, requiring courage facing potential consequence beyond physical danger, toward fundamental identity reconsideration regarding genuine principle implementation regardless of relationship sacrifice. Potentially necessary, ensuring authentic rather than performative ethical framework, addressing exploitation, opposition, and vulnerable community preference. A new dawn indeed, illuminating path forward, requiring difficult navigation through competing loyalty consideration toward authentic principle implementation beyond comfortable compromise. Accepting increasingly problematic contradiction without adequate examination or appropriate response, ensuring genuine rather than performative commitment towards stated philosophical objective, transcending simple survival consideration, potentially justifying any methodology, regardless of ethical consideration or fundamental principle violation. The journey continued, the choice remained, the sun rose regardless. 2 weeks had passed since Arthur's return to Dutch's camp. The tensions that had crystallized during his time in Holleridge and Copperhill lingered beneath the surface of daily gang life. Each time Dutch gave one of his increasingly grandiose speeches about fighting corrupt systems, Arthur found himself thinking of the miners who had actually risen against exploitation, organizing not for profit but for survival and dignity. The gang had moved eastward, setting up a new camp on the border between the mining territories and the open frontier lands. Here, civilization thinned into scattered outposts and isolated homesteads, places where the rules of society bent and sometimes broke entirely under the harsh demands of frontier life. Arthur sat by the campfire one evening, journal open on his knee, sketching the distant silhouette of mountains against the darkening sky. The mining towns lay behind those peaks, but their shadows seemed to follow him, especially at night, when dreams of collapsing tunnels and desperate faces mingled with memories of actual events. "Still brooding, Arthur?" Dutch's voice came from behind, the familiar tone carrying an edge that hadn't been there in earlier years. "A man can't change the past, only forge ahead toward a better future." Arthur closed his journal slowly, just thinking about those mining folk, standing up against forces that should have crushed them. Inspiring, isn't it? Dutch settled beside him, pipe smoke curling around his hat brim. The human spirit refusing to bow even when outmatched. It's what we've always fought. Is it? Arthur wondered, though he kept the question to himself. Before their conversation could continue, Hosea approached with a weathered man Arthur didn't recognize, a frontiersman by the look of his buckskin jacket and the hard lines etched into his face by sun and wind. "Dutch, Arthur, this is Jeremiah Carson," Hosea introduced. "Brings interesting news from the Eastern Territories." The stranger nodded respectfully. "Gentlemen, word is you folks understand the meaning of justice beyond what passes for law these days." "We have our principles," Dutch replied, suddenly attentive. "Then you'll want to hear about what's happening at Fort Mackenzie," Carson said, his voice dropping. "Army commander that's gone well beyond his authority, turned a military outpost into his personal kingdom. Homesteaders being forced off their land, native hunting grounds restricted, travelers taxed for passing through territory that don't rightly belong to any government." Arthur felt a familiar stirring, the pull toward another community in need, another struggle against those who would crush the vulnerable beneath their boot heels. Yet caution tempered his interest. The mining towns had changed something fundamental in his understanding of both justice and his place in Dutch's grand vision. "Tell us more," Dutch urged, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of purpose and, perhaps, opportunity. As Carson began his tale of frontier oppression and growing resistance, Arthur gazed toward the distant plains where this new conflict awaited. The sun had fully set now, stars appearing one by one above the eastern horizon. Whatever awaited him there would be different from the close confines of mining tunnels and company towns. A rebellion playing out across the vast open spaces of the frontier, where different rules applied and different skills would be tested. Arthur Morgan closed his journal and listened, knowing that once again he would find himself caught between competing loyalties, to Dutch, to his own evolving sense of justice, and to those who would rise up against oppression on the distant frontier. The sun hung mercilessly in the cloudless sky as Arthur Morgan guided his horse along the dusty trail that wound through rolling grasslands. He had been riding for 3 days, putting distance between himself and the gang's camp, seeking solitude to clear his head after their latest job had gone sideways. Dutch's increasingly erratic decisions weighed heavily on his mind, and Arthur had found himself volunteering for a solo scouting mission just to gain some perspective. The vast expanse of frontier stretched before him, golden plains rippling in the afternoon breeze like an endless ocean. In the distance, cattle grazed peacefully on the lush grasses, with the occasional homestead or ranch house breaking the horizontal monotony of the landscape. It was beautiful country, the kind that made a man think about what it might be like to settle down somewhere quiet, away from the constant running and violence that had defined his life for so long. Arthur's reverie was broken by the distant crack of gunfire. He reined his horse to a stop, standing in the stirrups to get a better view. Black smoke billowed from a structure, perhaps a mile ahead, and even from this distance he could make out the silhouettes of riders circling what appeared to be a small ranch house. Trouble, he muttered to himself, hesitating only briefly before spurring his horse forward. Dutch voice echoed in his mind, warnings about getting involved in other people's business, about drawing unwanted attention. But something pulled Arthur forward nonetheless, a compulsion he couldn't quite name. As he approached, the scene clarified with alarming detail. 5 riders in long dusters were methodically shooting at a modest ranch house while 2 men had already dismounted to set fire to the adjacent barn. From the house, sporadic return fire suggested at least one defender inside, though the odds were clearly unbalanced. Arthur drew his rifle from its saddle holster and dismounted in a fluid motion, leaving his horse behind a small rise. He moved forward on foot, using the rolling terrain for cover until he reached a position within effective firing range. The attackers, focused on their assault, remained oblivious to his approach. Taking careful aim, Arthur squeezed the trigger. His first shot found its mark, sending one of the mounted men tumbling from his saddle. The second shot missed, but accomplished its purpose, creating confusion among the attackers who suddenly found themselves under fire from an unexpected direction. "Behind us," one shouted, wheeling his horse around while attempting to locate the source of the ambush. Arthur fired again, dropping another rider. The remaining attackers, now dividing their attention between the house and this new threat, began to lose their advantage. From the ranch house, the defender seemed to gain courage, the return fire becoming more frequent and better aimed. One of the men who had been setting the barn ablaze ran for his horse, shouting to his companions, "It's not worth it. Jackson said no casualties on our side." This apparent leader's command carried weight. Within moments, the remaining attackers were retreating, firing a few parting shots toward both the house and Arthur's position, before galloping away across the open plain. Arthur waited until they were well distant before emerging from his cover. The barn's fire had caught properly now, flames licking up the wooden walls as black smoke billowed skyward. He approached the house cautiously, rifle still at the ready. "Hello, the house," he called out. "They're gone now. I'm not with them." There was a moment of silence before the front door creaked open and the barrel of a shotgun poked through the gap. "That's close enough, mister," called a woman's voice, steady despite the circumstances. "State your business." "Just passing by," Arthur replied, stopping and lowering his rifle slightly to appear less threatening. "Saw smoke, heard shooting, thought someone might need help." The door opened wider, revealing a woman perhaps in her late 30s, her face smudged with soot and her eyes hard with suspicion. The shotgun remained pointed squarely at Arthur's chest. "You picked a side awful quick for someone just passing by," she observed. Arthur gestured toward the burning barn. Didn't seem like there was much question about who needed helping. After a moment's consideration, the woman lowered her weapon slightly. "Name's Sarah Connor. This was my ranch," her voice caught momentarily. "My husband would thank you if he could, but Thomas died last month. Jackson's men shot him when they came to deliver their first offer to buy our land." As she spoke, 2 teenage boys emerged from the house behind her, both holding rifles that seemed too large for their frames. They looked at Arthur with a mixture of wariness and desperate hope. "Those men," Arthur asked. "They work for someone named Jackson." Sarah nodded grimly. "Preston Jackson, cattle baron from back east. Been buying up every ranch in the county one way or another. Those who sell get pennies on the dollar. Those who refuse..." She glanced meaningly at the burning barn. One of the boys stepped forward. "Ma, the barn's gone. The cattle will scatter if we don't." "I know, James," she cut him off, her expression hardening further. "We'll round up what we can before nightfall." She turned back to Arthur. "Mr. Morgan. Arthur Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I appreciate your help, but we've got work to do if we're to save anything from this day." Arthur glanced at the burning barn, then back to the woman and her sons. He recognized the look in their eyes, the same desperate determination he'd seen in countless places where ordinary people found themselves crushed between powerful interests and the unforgiving demands of frontier survival. "I'll help," he said simply. Sarah studied him for a long moment, measuring his worth with a gaze hardened by frontier hardship. "Can you ride? Since before I could walk." "Then grab that mare in the corral and help James round up the cattle that scattered south. Luke and I will take the north pasture." Her tone left no room for debate or discussion of payment. As Arthur moved toward the corral, he heard the younger boy whisper to his mother, "Ma, can we trust him? He looks like trouble." Sarah finished for him. "Yes, and right now, trouble is exactly what we need." For the next several hours, Arthur rode alongside James Connor, helping to gather scattered cattle from the surrounding grasslands. The boy was skilled on horseback despite his youth, handling his mount with the practiced ease of someone raised in the saddle. As they worked, Arthur learned more about the situation that had brought him into this conflict. Preston Jackson had arrived from Chicago 6 months earlier, flush with Eastern money and ambition. He'd purchased the largest ranch in the county and immediately began expanding, buying neighboring properties and bringing in hired guns to intimidate those who refused to sell. The local sheriff, either bought or intimidated himself, had turned a blind eye to escalating violence. "It ain't just us," James explained as they herded a small group of cattle back toward what remained of the Connor ranch. "The Millers, the Hardings, Old Man Peterson, they've all been hit. Jackson wants the whole valley, and he don't care how he gets it." "And nobody stands against him?" Arthur asked. James shrugged. "Some tried. My pa organized a meeting a couple months back. That's when Jackson's men killed him, made an example." The boy's voice remained steady, but Arthur noted how his hands tightened on the reins. "Since then, folks have been selling out. We're one of the last holdouts." By nightfall, they had recovered perhaps 2/3 of the scattered herd. Sarah and Luke returned with a similar success, though the grim set of Sarah's mouth told Arthur that the day's losses had been significant. The barn was now just smoldering ruins, and with it had gone feed, equipment, and the family's draft horses. As darkness settled over the plains, Sarah invited Arthur to stay for a meal, a simple affair of beans, cornbread, and coffee eaten by lamplight in the modest ranch house. The conversation was sparse, practical concerns about fence repairs and cattle recovery dominating what little talk there was. When the boys had been sent to bed, Sarah poured Arthur another cup of coffee and settled across from him at the kitchen table. "Why did you help us, Mr. Morgan?" she asked directly. Arthur considered his answer carefully. Seemed like the right thing to do. "That's not an answer." Sarah's gaze was unwavering. "Men like you, and I've known enough to recognize one, don't typically ride to the rescue without reason. Men like me, Arthur raised an eyebrow. Gunmen, outlaws, men who've lived by violence. She gestured to the various tells that marked Arthur as something other than an ordinary traveler. The worn gun belt, the custom revolver, the way his eyes constantly checked sightlines and exits. I'm not judging. Out here we all do what we must to survive. But I need to know what brings you into our fight. Arthur sipped his coffee, buying time. How could he explain the complex tangle of motivations that had led him to intervene? His growing disillusionment with Dutch's increasingly destructive path, the lingering impact of what he'd witnessed in mining communities where ordinary people had stood against exploitation. Been riding with a gang most of my life, he admitted finally. Lately, I've been questioning the path we're on, seeing folk like you standing up against men who take everything you have because they can. Maybe I'm looking for something worth fighting for that makes sense to me anymore. Sarah studied him silently before nodding once. Honest, at least. She rose and moved to a cabinet, returning with a crude map drawn on butcher paper. If you're truly offering help, you should know what you're getting into. She spread the map on the table, revealing a rough depiction of the surrounding valley. X marks indicated ranches that had already fallen to Jackson, while circles showed those still holding out. There were far more X's than circles. There are 5 families still fighting, Sarah explained, pointing to each circle in turn. Us, the Millers to the south, Peterson's place by the creek, and the Harper brothers who run sheep on the North Ridge. The Wilsons are over here, but they're barely hanging on. And Jackson? Sarah's finger moved to a large square near the valley's eastern entrance. The old Cranston place. Biggest ranch in the county. Jackson's turned it into a fortress. He's got at least 20 hired guns, maybe more. Arthur studied the map. Professional assessment overriding personal reservations. You can't win this fight, he stated bluntly. Not as things stand. You think we don't know that? Sarah's voice carried controlled fury. But what choice do we have? This land is all we have. All Thomas and I built together. All I can leave our boys. She took a steadying breath. We can't win, but we can't just surrender either. Arthur continued examining the map, mind working through potential approaches. What if you could win? He asked finally. Sarah gave a bitter laugh. With what army, Mr. Morgan? Not an army, each other. Arthur's finger traced a line connecting the remaining ranches. Separately, you're easy targets. Together, he let the implication hang. We've thought of that, Sarah admitted, but everyone's scared. After what happened to Thomas, people are just trying to protect their own. Then that needs to change. Arthur looked up, meeting her eyes directly. 5 ranches, working together, trained properly. You'd have a fighting chance. Sarah studied him with newfound interest. And you do what? Train a bunch of ranchers and farmers to outfight professional gunmen? I've seen it done, Arthur replied. Ordinary folk standing against worse odds than this. Something shifted in Sarah's expression. Not quite hope, but perhaps the first flicker of possibility, where before there had been only grim resignation. The others would need convincing, she said slowly. Then let's convince them, Arthur tapped the map decisively. Tomorrow we ride to each ranch. They need to understand they're stronger together than apart. Sarah considered this, then nodded once. First light then. The following days unfolded with the structured intensity of battle preparations. Arthur divided his time between the 4 remaining ranches, assessing defensive positions, organizing warning systems, and most importantly, training the ranchers in tactics beyond simple gunplay. Shooting straight is only part of fighting, he explained to a gathered group at the Miller Ranch, where he'd organized the first comprehensive training session. Knowing when to shoot, when to move, when to hold position. That's what keeps you alive when you're outnumbered. Among his most attentive students were the younger men James Connor and Luke, Frank Miller's sons Caleb and Daniel, and Peterson's grandson William. They absorbed Arthur's lessons with the quick adaptability of youth, though he worried about the eagerness with which some of them approached the prospect of violence. "This isn't a game," he cautioned them repeatedly. "Real fighting is nothing like the stories. It's dirty, it's terrifying, and it's final. You don't get second chances." The warning seemed to have particular impact on Luke Connor, who approached Arthur one evening as he was checking fence repairs at the Connor Ranch. "Mr. Morgan," the boy began hesitantly, when did you first kill someone?" Arthur paused, hammer in hand, studying the young face before him. There was no morbid curiosity there, only a solemn inquiry from someone contemplating a threshold he might soon have to cross. "I was younger than you," Arthur admitted after a moment. "Doesn't matter who or why. What matters is that it changes you every time. Some men say it gets easier, maybe it does, but it should never get easy." Luke absorbed this thoughtfully. "Mum says sometimes there's no choice. Your mother's a wise woman. Sometimes there isn't." Arthur set down his hammer, giving the boy his full attention. "But having no choice doesn't mean having no consequences. You understand?" The boy nodded solemnly. "I think so." As darkness fell that evening, sentries from the Harper Brothers sheep ranch arrived with urgent news. Jackson's men had been spotted gathering at the eastern edge of the valley, apparently preparing for a significant operation. Arthur gathered the ranch leaders at the Connor place to discuss their response. "He's making his move," Frank Miller observed grimly. "Probably figured out we've been organizing." "Good," Arthur replied, surprising the others. "Means he's worried. Men like Jackson only escalate when they feel threatened." "How is that good for us?" Jacob Harper demanded. The sheep rancher had been the most skeptical of Arthur's guidance, his distrust of outsiders hardened by years of conflict with cattle operations. "Because it means he'll be hasty," Arthur explained. "Make mistakes, and we'll be ready." The attack came 3 days later, not at the Connor Ranch as Arthur had anticipated, but at the Miller's place to the south. The warning system they had established worked as planned. A ranch hand spotted riders approaching from the east and lit a signal fire that was visible across the valley. By the time Jackson's men reached the Miller property, reinforcements from the other ranches were already on their way. Arthur rode with Sarah and James Connor, leading a group of 8 armed ranchers toward the Miller place. The sound of gunfire reached them before they crested the final rise overlooking the ranch. Below, they could see perhaps 15 riders circling the main house and outbuildings, firing at defenders who had taken position behind hay bales, water troughs, and the corral fence. "They're trying to draw them out," Arthur observed, noting how the raiders were focusing on the barn and cattle pens rather than the house itself. "Get them to abandon cover to save their stock." "What's our plan?" Sarah asked, rifle already in hand. Arthur quickly assessed the terrain and the raiders' positions. "Circle wide to the east. Come in behind them. They're not expecting reinforcements this quick. We'll hit them from behind while the Millers hold their position." The plan worked initially to perfection. Arthur led the group in a wide arc that brought them behind the raiders, who were focused on the resistance from the ranch house. Their first volley took Jackson's men completely by surprise, unseating 2 riders and sending others scrambling for cover. Hold this position, Arthur called to Sarah and the others, indicating a shallow drainage ditch that provided natural cover. I'm going to link up with Frank. Without waiting for acknowledgement, Arthur spurred his horse toward the miller's defensive position, keeping low in the saddle as bullets kicked up dirt around him. He reached the corral where Frank and his son Caleb had taken cover behind hay bales and a water trough. "Morgan," Frank greeted him with grim satisfaction. "Didn't expect help so quick." "Sarah and the others are positioned east of the raiders," Arthur reported, dismounting and taking cover beside them. "We've got them caught between us now." The tactical situation had indeed shifted. The raiders, now caught in a crossfire between two positions, began falling back, abandoning their attempt to drive off the Miller cattle. One of the raiders, apparently their leader, shouted commands that refocused their efforts on escape rather than completing their raid. "They're breaking," Caleb called out, his youthful excitement overriding the pain of a bullet graze across his shoulder. "Don't pursue," Arthur cautioned sharply. "That's exactly what they want." Frank Miller nodded agreement, placing a restraining hand on his son's arm. "Morgan's right. We've won this round by holding our ground." The raiders retreated in reasonable order, firing covering shots as they withdrew toward the eastern hills. When the last raider had disappeared into the distance, Arthur finally lowered his rifle. "They'll be back," he stated flatly, "and next time they'll come prepared for resistance." "Let them come," Caleb declared with the bravado of youth. Arthur gave him a measured look. "Getting shot change your mind any about the glory of gunfighting?" The young man had the grace to look somewhat abashed. "Hurts more than I expected," he admitted. "That's just a graze," Arthur noted. "Imagine what a center hit feels like." As the ranchers regrouped to assess damage and treat the few injuries they had sustained, Arthur found himself watching the younger men with growing concern. They were celebrating their victory, slapping backs and recounting their participation with animated gestures. It was natural, he supposed, their first taste of successful resistance after months of intimidation. But he recognized the dangerous intoxication of violence, the way it could transform ordinary men into something else entirely. Sarah joined him as he stood apart from the celebration, her expression suggesting she shared his concerns. "They need this moment," she said quietly, "after everything Jackson's taken from them. But I see what you're seeing too." Arthur nodded. "Victory's often more dangerous than defeat. Makes men reckless, overconfident. What do you think Jackson will do now?" "Escalate," Arthur replied without hesitation. "Men like him can't accept being challenged. He'll bring more men, more firepower." He turned to meet her gaze directly. "And we need to be ready." The following weeks brought an uneasy lull in the conflict. Jackson's men maintained distance from the Allied ranches, though scouts reported increased activity around his headquarters, new men arriving, supplies being delivered, preparations that suggested a significant operation in development. Arthur used this time to deepen the ranchers' training and strengthen their defenses. Under his guidance, they established a rotating patrol system, improved communication between properties, and prepared fallback positions should any individual ranch face overwhelming force. During this period, Arthur found himself increasingly integrated into the rhythm of ranch life, particularly at the Connor place where he had taken up semi-permanent residence. Beyond defensive preparations, he helped with daily chores, mending fences, moving cattle, repairing equipment. The work was honest and straightforward in a way that provided unexpected satisfaction. One evening, as Arthur sat on the Connors' porch repairing tack by lamplight, Sarah joined him with 2 cups of coffee. "You've changed since you arrived," she observed, settling beside him on the bench. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "How's that?" "You're more at ease. When you first rode in, you carried tension like another gun on your hip." always watching, always ready. She sipped her coffee. You still watch, but differently now. Arthur considered this assessment. Maybe I found something worth watching for, not just against. The admission surprised him as much as it seemed to please Sarah. Their relationship had evolved from cautious alliance to something deeper. Not romance, precisely, but a connection based on mutual respect and shared purpose. The boys have taken to you, Sarah noted. James especially reminds me of how he was with Thomas. They're good boys, Arthur acknowledged. Been raised right. Their father wanted them to have options beyond ranching, Sarah said quietly. Education, opportunity to choose their own paths. This conflict with Jackson, it's narrowed their world in ways Thomas would have hated. Arthur set aside the bridle he'd been repairing. This won't last forever. When it's done, they'll still have those chances. Will they? Sarah challenged gently. Violence changes people, Arthur. You know that better than most. I see it already in James. How he checks his gun first thing each morning. How his eyes track ridgelines for threats. The observation struck uncomfortably close to Arthur's own concerns. James had indeed adopted mannerisms and habits from Arthur himself. The way he wore his gun belt, his watchful assessment of surroundings, even the way he rolled cigarettes in quiet moments. I've tried to show him there's no glory in fighting, Arthur said defensively. I know, Sarah assured him, but boys find their models where they can, especially after losing their father. She gazed out at the darkened landscape. I'm not blaming you, just observing what is. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of riders, Frank Miller and his son Daniel, arriving at speed despite the late hour. Arthur and Sarah were on their feet immediately, recognizing that such a visit could only mean trouble. Jackson's made his move, Frank announced grimly as he dismounted. Not against us, not directly. He's cut off access to River Bend. River Bend was the small trading town that served as the valley's connection to the outside world, the source of supplies, mail, and the market for their livestock and crops. How? Sarah demanded. Posted men at the crossroads and the bridge, Daniel explained, turning back anyone from our ranches, claiming private road access with some paper from the territorial office. Arthur understood the strategy immediately. He's trying to strangle you slowly. No supplies, no market for your goods. Wait for desperation to set in. Can he do that legally? Sarah asked. Frank's bitter laugh held no humor. Sheriff wouldn't even look at our complaints. Said the paperwork seemed in order to him. So we're cut off, Sarah concluded flatly. Not completely, Frank corrected. Jackson's offering an alternative. We can use his company's wagons to transport goods for a fee and sell our cattle to his agents at prices he sets. It was a clever move, Arthur had to admit. Less violent than direct attacks, potentially more effective in the long run, and with the veneer of legality that made resistance more difficult to justify. We need to get to Riverbend, Arthur said decisively. See these papers for ourselves. Talk to people in town. There's got to be someone there not in Jackson's pocket. The next morning, Arthur rode toward Riverbend with Sarah and Jacob Harper, taking a little used hunting trail that bypassed the main road where Jackson's men had established their blockade. The path was difficult, narrow, overgrown, crossing a fast-moving stream at its deepest point, but it delivered them to the outskirts of town undetected. Riverbend barely qualified as a town, a single dusty street lined with essential businesses serving the surrounding ranches. The general store doubled as post office, while the saloon incorporated the barber's chair in one corner. A small church, a blacksmith, and a dozen modest houses completed the settlement. Their reception proved immediately concerning. Shopkeepers who had traded with the valley ranches for years suddenly found reasons to be busy, unable to stop and chat. Doors closed as they approached, curtains drawn across windows. The atmosphere of fear was palpable. At the Broken Spoke Saloon, they finally found someone willing to talk. Mitch, the bartender, whose establishment had apparently been deemed too insignificant for Jackson's immediate attention. "It's worse than you think," Mitch informed them quietly, leaning across the bar. "Jackson's brought in professional gunmen from Wyoming. Cold-blooded killers, not just the local tough boys he's been using. Word is he's planning to make an example of one of your ranches, burn it to the ground, leave no survivors." "Which ranch?" Sarah asked, her voice tight. Mitch shook his head. "Don't know, but these new men, they're different. They don't drink, don't carouse, just sit in their rooms at the hotel, cleaning their guns and waiting for orders." As they prepared to leave town via the same hidden trail, Arthur noticed 3 men watching them from the hotel porch. Dusty, trail-worn, with the distinctive confidence of professional killers. One nodded slightly in Arthur's direction, a gesture of professional recognition that sent a chill down his spine. "They know who we are," he murmured to Sarah, "and they've seen our faces." The implications of their discovery in town and the new threat posed by professional gunmen created a somber mood as they rode back to share the information with the other ranchers. That evening, gathered around the Connors' kitchen table, they debated their limited options. "We could try to break the blockade," Frank Miller suggested, "force our way through to River Bend, and start a shooting war we can't win," Jacob Harper countered. "These aren't local boys we're dealing with anymore. We're already in a war," Old Man Peterson observed quietly. "Question is whether we fight it on our terms or Jackson's." Arthur had remained silent throughout much of the discussion, weighing options against his experience with men like Jackson. Finally, he spoke. "Jackson's expecting us to either surrender or make a desperate move against his blockade," he said. "So we do neither." "What then?" Sarah asked. "We consolidate," Arthur explained. "Bring everyone to a single location, the most defensible ranch. Pool our resources, our livestock, our manpower. Make Jackson come to us, on ground we choose, where his numbers don't give him as much advantage." The proposal met immediate resistance. No rancher wanted to abandon their property, even temporarily. But as Arthur laid out the strategic advantages and the dire alternatives, reluctant agreement began to form. "The Connor place," Frank Miller suggested. "Central location, good water supply, best sightlines." By morning, the decision was made. The remaining ranches would temporarily consolidate at the Connor property, creating a unified defense force rather than scattered, vulnerable targets. The move would take several days to implement, livestock to be driven, essential supplies transported, defensive positions established. As preparations began, Arthur found Luke Connor watching him from the porch steps, the boy's expression troubled. "Something on your mind?" Arthur asked, settling beside him. "Is this gonna work? Really?" Arthur considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "Nothing's certain, but together, you've got a better chance than apart. And after, if we win," Luke persisted, "what happens to you?" The question caught Arthur unprepared. He hadn't thought beyond the immediate conflict, beyond helping these people survive Jackson's predatory expansion. "Haven't figured that part out yet," he admitted. Luke studied him with unexpected perception for one so young. "Ma says you're running from something as much as helping us." Arthur gave a rueful smile. "Your ma doesn't miss much. She also says everyone deserves a second chance, even outlaws." The simple statement affected Arthur more deeply than elaborate philosophy might have. In the eyes of this boy and his family, Arthur wasn't defined solely by his past or the violence he carried with him. The realization was both comforting and unsettling, offering possibility while demanding a worthiness he wasn't certain he possessed. The consolidation proceeded with remarkable efficiency, given the emotional difficulty of the decision. Wagons loaded with essential supplies rolled toward the Connor Ranch throughout the following days, accompanied by herds of cattle and small bands of armed riders, maintaining vigilant watch against potential interference. By the third day, the Connor property had transformed into something resembling a fortified camp. Wagons formed a defensive perimeter around the main house and outbuildings, while livestock gathered in the largest pastures under guard. Women and children occupied the house and barn, while fighting men established watch positions covering all potential approaches. Arthur supervised the defensive preparations, impressed by the rancher's ability to adapt ranching skills to military necessity. Frank Miller organized livestock management. Old Man Peterson handled food and water distribution, while the Harper brothers coordinated ammunition supplies and weapon maintenance. As expected, Jackson's scouts were observed watching the consolidation from distant ridgelines. Arthur had anticipated this, using the visible activity to conceal his real strategy. A small force preparing to take the fight directly to Jackson, while the rancher believed the defenders were circling the wagons in a purely defensive posture. The night before the planned operation, Arthur gathered his selected team: Frank Miller, the Harper brothers, James Connor, despite Sarah's obvious reluctance, and 3 of the most capable ranch hands. They met in the Connors' root cellar, away from potential observation. "Jackson thinks we're preparing for siege," Arthur explained, pointing to a rough map of the valley. "His focus will be here on the Connor Ranch. Meanwhile, we'll approach his headquarters from the North Ridge, using the hunting trail Jacob knows." "What's the objective?" Frank asked. "Jackson himself," Arthur replied simply. "Without him, his hired guns have no reason to fight. They're professionals, no pay, no play." The plan was straightforward but dangerous. A small team moving by night to infiltrate Jackson's ranch, locate and capture the rancher himself, then use him to end the conflict. Success depended on surprise and precise execution, rather than overwhelming force. "We leave at midnight," Arthur concluded. "Light travel, quiet approach. This isn't about shooting our way in and out. It's about removing the head that directs everything." As the meeting concluded and the men dispersed to prepare, Sarah cornered Arthur outside the cellar entrance. "James goes with you? That's your decision?" Her tone carried more resignation than accusation. Arthur sighed heavily. "Not my preference. But he'd go regardless. If not with my knowledge, then sneaking off to follow. At least this way I can watch out for him." Sarah nodded slowly. "He's determined to prove himself a man. Since Thomas died..." She didn't finish the thought. "I'll bring him back," Arthur promised, the simple words carrying weight beyond their literal meaning. "See that you bring yourself back too," Sarah replied quietly. "Luke and I have grown rather accustomed to having you around." The unexpected sentiment caught Arthur off guard. He had been so focused on the tactical situation, on organizing defense and planning counterattack, that he had almost missed the personal connections forming around him. The Connors had become more than just people he was helping. They had become, in some indefinable way, important to him, beyond the immediate conflict. The raid team departed under cover of darkness, taking advantage of a moonless night that provided natural concealment. They rode east across familiar rangeland before turning north into rougher country, following the hunting trail Jacob Harper had described. The path wound through rocky terrain largely unused for ranching, eventually bringing them to a ridgeline overlooking the Jackson property. From their elevated position, the Jackson Ranch spread below them like a map come to life. Unlike the modest operations the ranchers maintained, Jackson's headquarters was an expansive compound centered around a grand two-story house that would have looked more appropriate in Chicago than the frontier. Surrounding outbuildings, bunkhouses, and barns formed a roughly circular arrangement around a central courtyard, with corrals and pastures extending outward. Arthur studied the layout carefully through a spyglass, noting guard positions and patterns of movement. Security appeared relatively light, perhaps 4 men maintaining casual watch while others gathered around a fire in the courtyard or remained inside structures. "They're not expecting trouble tonight," he observed quietly, passing the spyglass to Frank Miller. "Looks like most of Jackson's force is either out watching your ranches or preparing for tomorrow's planned assault." "Where would Jackson be?" Jacob Harper asked, the eagerness in his voice barely contained. Arthur pointed toward the main house, where light shone from several second-floor windows. "Man like that values his comfort. He'll be in the big house, likely upstairs based on the lighting." They withdrew slightly down the ridge to finalize their approach. Arthur sketched a rough diagram of the compound in the dirt, indicating guard positions and proposed routes of entry. "We approach from the southwest," he explained, tracing the path with a stick. "There's a blind spot in their sentry arrangement between the main barn and that smaller outbuilding. 2-man teams. Jacob and I will secure Jackson, while Frank and Elias create a diversion near the bunkhouse. James, you maintain position here with the horses, covering our withdrawal." James began to protest the rearguard assignment, but Arthur cut him off firmly. "This isn't negotiable. We need someone making sure our escape route remains open. That's as important as anything happening inside." The young man reluctantly accepted the assignment, recognizing the logic even as disappointment showed clearly on his face. They left the horses with James and made their approach on foot, using the uneven terrain for cover as they descended toward the ranch compound. Arthur led the group with the confident movement of someone accustomed to operating in darkness, reaching the compound perimeter without incident. "Frank, Elias, give us 5 minutes to reach position near the main house, then create your distraction," Arthur instructed quietly. "Nothing too dramatic. We want to draw attention without creating full alarm." They separated according to plan, Arthur and Jacob moving silently along the compound's edge toward the main house. A single guard stood on the front porch, smoking lazily while occasionally glancing toward the men gathered around the courtyard fire. Before they could determine their approach, a commotion erupted from the direction of the bunkhouse, shouts followed by the distinctive crash of breaking glass and wood. Frank and Elias had created their diversion, drawing all eyes toward what sounded like a serious accident rather than an attack. Arthur seized the opportunity, moving swiftly toward the distracted guard with Jacob close behind. The sentry barely had time to register their approach before Arthur was upon him, delivering a precisely calculated blow that rendered the man unconscious without unnecessary injury. "Back door," Arthur whispered, dragging the unconscious guard into shadows beside the porch steps. They circled the imposing house, finding the rear entrance unguarded as expected. The kitchen door yielded to Arthur's lockpicking skills, allowing them silent entry into the darkened house that smelled of expensive cigars and polished wood. Voices from above guided their movement through the ground floor, a man's irritated tones demanding information about the commotion outside, answered by a respectful but uncertain response. Carefully ascending the ornate staircase, Arthur and Jacob located the master bedroom, where lamplight spilled from beneath a partially open door. Arthur paused, signaling Jacob to position himself on the opposite side of the doorway. With practiced efficiency, he checked his revolver before pushing the door fully open in one smooth motion. Preston Jackson stood beside an elaborate desk, still fully dressed despite the late hour. He was younger than Arthur had expected, perhaps 45, with the well-fed appearance of a successful businessman rather than a hardened frontiersman. His immaculate suit and carefully trimmed beard suggested Eastern refinement maintained despite frontier surroundings. "What is the meaning?" Jackson began indignantly before registering that the intruders were neither servants nor his own men. His hand moved instinctively toward a drawer in the ornate desk. "I wouldn't," Arthur advised calmly, his revolver trained steadily on Jackson's chest. "Hands where I can see them." Jackson froze, assessing his visitors with rapidly shifting calculation rather than fear. "You must be Morgan," he observed with surprising composure. "My men described you quite accurately, though I didn't expect such a direct approach." "That was the idea," Arthur replied, maintaining professional focus. "You're coming with us, Mr. Jackson. This range war ends tonight." Jacob Harper had moved into the room, his own weapon leveled at Jackson, with considerably less steady control than Arthur's practiced aim. "Remember my brother's barn, Jackson? The sheep you slaughtered?" Jackson's gaze shifted to Harper, recognition dawning. "Business decisions sometimes have unfortunate consequences, Mr. Harper. Nothing personal, I assure you. The casual dismissal of destruction that had devastated the Harper Ranch clearly tested Jacob's self-control." Arthur noted the man's trigger finger tightening dangerously. "Jacob," Arthur cautioned quietly, "remember your word." For a tense moment, Arthur wasn't certain the reminder would be sufficient. Then Jacob exhaled slowly, maintaining his aim but visibly mastering the impulse toward immediate vengeance. "Bind his hands," Arthur instructed, keeping his own weapon trained on Jackson while Jacob secured the rancher's wrists with prepared rope. "This accomplishes nothing," Jackson informed them with the confident tone of someone accustomed to negotiating from positions of apparent weakness. "My men will simply continue." "Your men are hired guns," Arthur interrupted. "Without you paying their wages and giving orders, they have no reason to continue this fight, especially once word spreads that their employer has been captured by the very ranchers they were hired to intimidate." Before Jackson could respond, shouting from outside indicated the diversion had escalated into something more serious. Gunshots, followed by increased commotion throughout the compound. "Time to move," Arthur decided, gesturing for Jacob to guide their prisoner toward the door. "Sounds like Frank and Elias might need assistance." They descended the stairs rapidly, Jackson offering no resistance, beyond occasional statements about the futility of their actions and assurances that his lawyers would ensure severe consequences. Arthur ignored the threats, focusing instead on the tactical situation developing outside. As they reached the ground floor, the front door burst open to reveal two armed men, weapons drawn. Arthur reacted instantly, shoving Jackson aside while diving behind a heavy sideboard. Bullets splintered wood and shattered a mirror as the gunman opened fire. Jacob returned fire from behind an ornate sofa, forcing the attackers to seek cover in the doorway. "Go!" Arthur shouted to Jacob above the gunfire. "Take Jackson out the back. I'll cover." Jacob hesitated only briefly before grabbing the still-bound Jackson and dragging him toward the rear of the house. Arthur provided covering fire, maintaining enough pressure to keep the gunman pinned in the entryway without exposing himself unnecessarily. When Jacob and Jackson had disappeared toward the kitchen, Arthur began his own withdrawal, moving from cover to cover while continuing sporadic fire to discourage pursuit. The entire compound had erupted into chaos. Shouts and gunfire indicating Frank and Elias's diversion had transformed into genuine conflict. Arthur reached the kitchen to find the back door standing open and no sign of Jacob or Jackson. Following their presumed path, he emerged into the darkness behind the main house, immediately seeking cover as bullets struck the doorframe beside him. The compound had fully mobilized now, with armed men converging from various directions, though confusion about exactly what was happening worked temporarily in the raiders' favor. Arthur spotted Jacob and Jackson moving toward the prearranged extraction route, making reasonable progress despite Jackson's resistance. Providing covering fire toward the main source of opposition, Arthur backed steadily toward the compound perimeter, maintaining strategic position between pursuing gunmen and the escaping pair. Frank and Elias appeared from between outbuildings, moving in coordinated retreat while exchanging fire with pursuers. "Fall back to the extraction point," Arthur called to them, gesturing toward where Jacob was dragging Jackson toward the hillside where James waited with the horses. Their withdrawal proceeded in stages, coordinated covering fire allowing steady movement toward the perimeter despite increasing opposition as Jackson's men organized more effective response. Arthur noted with professional appreciation how well the ranchers implemented the tactical training he had provided, maintaining discipline despite the chaos of their first offensive operation. They reached the base of the ridge, with pursuit momentarily disorganized, allowing precious moments to ascend toward where James waited with their mounts. The young man had maintained perfect position, horses ready, while providing occasional covering fire that helped disrupt pursuing forces. "Mount up," Arthur ordered as they reached the extraction point. "James, lead with the prisoner. Everyone else provide rear coverage." Jacob transferred the still protesting Jackson to James's custody, the young man securing their prisoner across a spare mount with the efficient rote work of an experienced rancher. Frank and Elias mounted quickly, while Arthur and Jacob maintained suppressing fire toward the disorganized but persistent pursuit below. When all were mounted, Arthur gave the signal to move out. "Hard ride back to the defensive position. Don't stop for anything." They rode through darkness along the hunting trail that had brought them to the Jackson ranch, pushing their mounts as hard as terrain safely allowed. Behind them, lights and occasional gunfire indicated continued confusion at the Jackson compound, suggesting successful mission execution despite the unplanned escalation. Dawn was breaking as they approached the Connor Ranch, where lookouts spotted their return and raised alert throughout the defensive perimeter. Sarah Connor and the remaining ranchers met them at the gate, in the wagon barricade, expressions mixing relief with anxious questioning about the mission's outcome. Jacob Harper pushed their prisoner forward with perhaps unnecessary roughness. "Preston Jackson," he announced with grim satisfaction. "Architect of our troubles and now our guest until proper authorities can be summoned." Murmurs spread through the gathered defenders as they comprehended the raid's success. Jackson himself maintained dignified composure despite his bound hands and disheveled appearance, surveying the defensive arrangements with calculating assessment rather than defeat. "Impressive organization," he acknowledged with professional appreciation, "though ultimately futile, I'm afraid. My associates in Chicago will simply send replacements should anything permanent happen to me." "We're not planning anything permanent," Arthur countered evenly, "beyond permanently ending your campaign against these ranchers." As Jackson was escorted to secure confinement in the root cellar beneath the Connor barn, Arthur found himself approached by Sarah, who had been examining her son for potential injury despite James's embarrassed protests. "You brought him back," she acknowledged quietly. "All of you." "Mission accomplished with minimal violence," Arthur confirmed, though persistent gunfire during their extraction suggested casualties had likely occurred among Jackson's men. "Jackson's operation will collapse without his direction. Hired guns find new employment when paychecks stop flowing." The following day brought unexpected developments that transformed the conflict's resolution. Sheriff Dawson rode in from River Bend, accompanied by 2 federal marshals who had apparently arrived in the territory investigating land fraud accusations against Preston Jackson and his Chicago investors. Seems Jackson's operation wasn't as clean as he pretended, Frank Miller explained to the gathered ranchers after meeting with the lawmen. Federal investigation into fraudulent land acquisitions, intimidation of legitimate property owners, corruption of local officials. They've been building a case for months. The marshals took custody of Jackson, his capture by the ranchers fitting neatly into their larger investigation. Within days, most of his hired gunmen had disbanded, collecting final payments from Jackson's accountant before departing the valley for other opportunities. As the immediate danger passed, the ranchers began returning to their individual properties, wagons loaded with supplies and personal belongings forming orderly procession, departing the Connor Ranch. Each family expressed profound gratitude to Sarah for her hospitality, while exchanging promises of continued mutual support. Arthur assisted with departure preparations, helping load wagons and providing final security assessments. By the 3rd day, only the Connors remained at their ranch, which gradually returned to normal appearance as defensive barricades were dismantled and regular operations resumed. That evening, as Arthur sat on the porch smoking and watching the sunset paint the prairie in golden hues, Sarah joined him with 2 cups of coffee. "What happens now?" she asked, settling beside him on the bench. Arthur took the offered coffee, considering the question that had been growing in his mind since Jackson's capture. "For you folks? Rebuild, strengthen your alliance, make sure this can't happen again. I meant for you," Sarah clarified gently. Arthur gazed out at the darkening landscape, weighing possibilities against obligations. "Got unfinished business with my gang, things I need to sort out properly. And after?" The question hung between them, laden with unspoken possibilities. Arthur found himself contemplating a future he hadn't allowed himself to imagine before, one that didn't involve constant running, one with roots and purpose beyond survival. "Might be," he began hesitantly. "Might be I'd look for somewhere worth staying, somewhere I could build something instead of just destroying." Sarah studied him thoughtfully. "There's always work here for a man willing to learn ranching. Boys could use someone to show them the ropes now that Thomas is gone." "Not sure I'm the right model for young men," Arthur observed with a self-deprecating smile. "Got a lot of red in my ledger?" "Maybe," Sarah acknowledged. "But you've shown them something important already. That a man can change, can find a better path. That matters, Arthur." Before he could respond, the sound of approaching horses drew their attention. Arthur rose instinctively, hand moving toward his holster until he recognized the riders. Charles Smith and John Marston, fellow members of the Vandalin gang. "Found you at last," Charles called as they approached. "Been tracking you for days." Arthur moved to meet them at the hitching post, tension evident in his posture despite the familiar faces. "Something wrong?" John dismounted, expression grim. "Pinkerton's closing in on camp. Dutch sent us to find you, says we need everyone if we're going to make it out of this territory." The news settled heavily on Arthur's shoulders. The life he'd briefly contemplated slipping away from had come to find him, obligations and loyalties pulling him back toward familiar patterns. "How soon?" he asked. "Need to ride tonight," Charles replied, his perceptive gaze taking in the ranch, the Connor family watching from the porch, the evident comfort Arthur had found here. "Dutch is talking about heading west. Maybe..." Arthur nodded slowly, the weight of responsibility settling across his shoulders once more. He turned back toward the porch, where Sarah stood watching, understanding already evident in her expression. "You're leaving," she stated simply. "Got people counting on me," Arthur replied, the inadequacy of the explanation hanging in the air between them. "Folk who've been family, when I had none other." Sarah nodded, disappointment evident beneath her pragmatic acceptance. "When will you return?" The question caught Arthur unprepared. In his experience, departures were final, clean breaks necessitated by the outlaw life, not temporary absences with promised returns. "I don't know that I can promise that," he admitted honestly. "Then don't promise," Sarah replied. "But know there's a place for you here if you find your way back. Some debts don't need to be paid with blood and bullets, Arthur. Some can be paid with honest work and helping hands." Arthur packed his few belongings quickly, the habits of a lifetime making the process efficient despite the reluctance he felt. Luke and James watched solemnly from the doorway, neither boy speaking, though their expressions conveyed everything words couldn't. As Arthur prepared to mount up, Luke finally broke his silence, rushing forward to press something into Arthur's hand. A carved wooden horse, crude but recognizable, evidently made by the boy himself. "So you remember," Luke said simply before retreating to his brother's side. Arthur carefully tucked the carving into his saddlebag, nodding his acknowledgement to the boys before turning to Sarah, who stood on the porch steps. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for everything." "Just stay alive, Arthur Morgan," she replied. "And remember there's more to life than following a path others set for you." As Arthur rode away with Charles and John, he found himself looking back at the Connor Ranch until it disappeared behind a distant rise. Something had changed during his time there, not just in the valley's power balance, but within himself. He had glimpsed a different possibility, a life built around creation rather than destruction. The outlaw path stretched before him, familiar and blood-soaked, but for the first time, Arthur could see beyond it, could imagine an after, a second chance. Whether he would live to claim it remained uncertain, but knowing it existed made all the difference. In his saddlebag, the wooden horse served as tangible reminder of connections made and possibilities glimpsed, a small talisman against the darkness that often threatened to consume him. Whatever came next, Arthur Morgan carried with him the knowledge that redemption remained possible, that a man could change his stars if given the chance and the courage to try. As they rode toward the horizon, Arthur reached into his shirt pocket, withdrawing the telegram he'd discovered among his belongings while packing. It had been delivered to Riverbend during the blockade and only reached him yesterday, a message from Dutch that both confirmed the urgency of his return and deepened his growing doubts about the gang's direction. Arthur, stop. Situation dire, stop. Need your gun, not your conscience, stop. Loyalty above all else. Dutch. The message crystallized the choice that lay ahead, between loyalty to Dutch and loyalty to his own awakening conscience. For now, Arthur would ride with his brothers, would help them escape the immediate danger, but the seeds planted during his time with the Connor family had taken root, and no matter what came next, Arthur Morgan was no longer the same man who had ridden into that valley weeks before. Sometimes, he reflected as they rode toward an uncertain future, rebellion begins not with gunfire, but with the first questioning thought. And sometimes the most important battles are fought not against external enemies, but within one's own heart. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of night birds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.